Stony_Eagle just resubscribed for 52 months. You're late. And also Rich now tears of joy.
Not really, but I appreciate it. Welcome back. Good morning, Stony. Thanks a lot for the 52 months. This is crazy. 52 is a long time. 52 is a long time. That
My
feels.
Phil's just resubscribed for 25 months.
God damn. Both of you. At the same time. This is crazy. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. It is Monday officially Monday. Let's see if the first drop of the day is gonna land. I have doubts based on the angle. I have doubt. Jan, welcome on in. Cybersec, welcome on in. You know what? You might just make it. Ha! Sorry. You missed the target by like a hair, or I don't know what happened. Yeah. The thing is, I don't see you as a ghost on the landing pad. I see me as a ghost on the landing pads, but I don't. Yeah. This was weird. This was a weird thing. Anyways. Jan Sabasect, how are you? How was your weekend? All of the usual questions. I hope you're good. Congrats on landing, Jan. That is good. I guess. I don't know. It is. I guess today's rigged, yeah. I guess that's crazy. I guess that's a crazy thing. We have some good news. Debatable as always, but we have some good news. As I mentioned, Ken has been approved on the update on the App Store. Perfume is almost done. I am like this close. Almost done to... Oh, that is weird. To get the update. So that's good. Stony, you sure? You sure you did? I guess you did, yeah. I'm confused. Sorry, I'm confused by this. This makes no sense. Yeah, this is new. Now that we have vertical and horizontal, I need to. I don't need to, but like it would potentially help if I did. Nonetheless, that's the thing. It's weird things in the settings. We don't care. We don't care. It doesn't care. Anyways, Chapulix, welcome on in. You just can? I see. That's pretty good. Cybersec, that is pretty good news. You're now trying to code mostly from your phone. Are you like using Cursor Mobile? Is that what you're doing? Or are you just using something else? AKA the bridge of yeah, I mean Codex Remote is what I had in mind, but the version from Anthropic. So yeah, I see. How is it going? Is that good? I mean, I guess it's fine, but also how much does it cost? Because in my head it costs more. So So yeah, um, I see. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. I don't think I would trust it. Um, I don't think I would trust it, but we never know. We never know. Maybe I need to check it out. I know that lately something have happened on Cloud Code CLI, and that basically when Claude is asking me a question in the CLI, if I'm somehow not looking at it, it sends me a notification on my phone. So that's a weird thing. But it's interesting. We'll see. We'll see. You saying, speaking of news, I am proud and excited to announce that I have joined the Slophageddon. I see. You're now my brother in Slop. I see. Is it good? Is it good enough for you? The thing that is annoying me with the word slop specifically is that it doesn't mean anything, and most people are just using it as soon as the thing has been made with AI. And in reality, anything that is looking like the rest of the thing that are made is slop in a way. So the more the models are gonna do the same thing, the more slop is going to be, and there is no way around it with the definition that we had. So it's a weird word. I don't mind it, but it's a weird word nonetheless. And we could have something else, but right now we don't. Anyways, uh, anyways, so we have some updates that are pretty cool for me, obviously. I have been working on that teeny tiny view. It's not great, but it's not bad either. The thing that I've had to kind of work on, and right now it's absolutely broken, is the containing. You can see that right now it is absolutely square around the icons, and this is, I think, based on the drawing groups I just added after the shadow. When I removed that, they are supposed to go the fuck away. But that's a bit of a different thing. But yeah, having fun with that to give the user a bit of a, yeah, it is a bit of a more fun interface when it comes to their re-adding to collection and entering my era of, you know what, let me just follow the thing that I'm saying is a new trend and see if it works for me, and it kind of does, so I do like it. So this is coming from the thing that we've been talking about for the past, I feel like, year and a half now, which is similar to this one. This one is not exactly the one that I had in mind, but this is like very much the Korean designer design thing, and they are pretty good. So for me, I do like that design. I think like this is pretty good, but having some shine and other transitions in colors here and there is a cute thing. So adding that here is pretty neat. I wish we had the initial um light mode version, but this thing is just like not working as intended, so it's bad. Right now we are supposed to get the here. Uh, and I know I'm coding by hand at times now. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't expect that to happen often, but it does happen, and it's on some very specific lines of code that I know by hand, by heart now. But yeah, these are pretty cute. I like the details. I like the stickers. I like what I've done with that. There are some issues with the rendering here and there, but yeah. Like the only thing that I don't like about this view right now is the first two are two-liners for the subline, and the second two are one-liner. I'm currently looking at it on the iPhone 13 mini. So in Plus phones, it would probably be one-liner for all. But just for the sake of checking, I need to make sure that the 13 mini is good. So, that's the thing. Dapshi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the how's the app crashing on launch going? I've been seeing the crash report for the past 2 days. And you sending new build uh, on almost every hours slash minutes. It was crazy. Congrats on fixing it. I know how annoying it might be, and it could be. So I'm happy to see that it's fixed. But yeah, I received the notification on my phone last night and was like, oh, crash report on launch. Interesting. And then the same report again, and then the same report again. And then apparently I received an email about it at 4 a.m. Last this morning, yes. And yeah, so I get it. I get it. And 4 a.m. for me is like further down the line for you. But yeah, I know, I know, I know. But yeah, no, we congrats on fixing it, nonetheless. So this is the fun thing. As I mentioned before, the change in the design that I have added here, specifically on the sticker itself, instead of using my full color um, color, I'm using a color mix again to get, like, right now it's mixed with the primary, so it is darker. And if we go into the dark mode, uh, I shouldn't have zoomed out. It is mixed with the primary again, but the primary now is the white, so it's lighter in color. So it is brighter in dark mode and lighter in darker in light mode. This is weird. My brain is all over the place, but I think it's fun and it works and we like it. So yeah. And the only thing that I can write myself is preferred color scheme, because I know exactly how that goes. I'm still having a very, very hard time, and I wish that wasn't the case, but it's still the case. I'm trying to get the rendering of gradients, but this is just like not a syntax that makes sense in my head. I have so much of a hard time to figure out that it needs to be radial gradients and then colors and colors within an array, and then the center point and then the start radius and then the end radius to have like the effect that I want to have. It's the exact same thing for linear gradient. I don't know why, but every time I try to write one of these, it's an issue. And then the rotation effect with the angle in brackets followed by the degrees in bracket is so weird, because the pre-filled option is written as angle colon angle with a capital A and then parentheses, and it's not the same syntax in the preview and in the actual writing. So these are the type of thing that I have a bit of a hard time to figure out exactly how to write, and I'm still not there yet, but I will at some point. So yeah, we'll see what I can do with that. But these have been updated, which is pretty good. Trying to make sure also that all of the other view have or will have like a bit of a better styling, because this looks like shit. Let's be honest. This is really bad. I need to fix that. So I need to use my own icons, and I need to figure out exactly which icons we want to have. But yeah, that's the thing. Let me click on that links first. I also have some GitHub repos for you, which are pretty good. Oh yeah, I've seen that go through. I've seen that go through about a week ago, I think, and didn't really pay attention to it. Seemed to be good. Seemed to be good on paper, from what I've heard. Seems to be good. And the fact that it is open source is always a good thing. It is similar to LM Studio in a way, and it just has a better tokenizer, I think, or quantizer. I think that's the name. Um, but yeah, this is cool. This is cool as always. Running things locally is going to be very useful for some people. Not everything is going to run locally, but like, yeah. In the thing that I have found, I have posted that in the repos in resources. This is good and useful. This is called I have ADHD. And as the name implies, it's a way for you to get results in a better formatted output from the LLMs. And I think this is pretty cool. A lot of the LLMs exist with some sort of a prose that is very prosaic and giving you a lot of words, which as conspiracy theory that I have is meant for you to burn more tokens faster. I do feel like this is easier to read for everyone. And yeah, if you know, if you just want to burn less token, maybe Stony specifically might you might want to install this thing just to have an output that is a bit less outputted. So yeah, I saw that. I was like, yes, this is necessary. Yeah, maybe. I do still think that if it gives me everything I need to know in a smaller amount of tokens, I would take that every time in order to not burn through the entirety of my subscription. But then again, it could be good. So, to be checked in the future. I do think that most of the models already have some sort of an understanding of ADHD brain in general, and therefore would be adapted, kinda. But yeah, this one is an interesting thing. I do like it. Um, and the other one that I saved is this one, which is really impressive. I like it for many reasons. This is a codex skill specifically. Doesn't work with the others. And the thing that it does is create some sort of minimalistic poster illustrations. And I think this would be a very useful thing for some sort of a blog thumbnails, because it can take things based on the content of an article, for example, and gives you a poster type thing. Obviously, it is trained on a lot of like Chinese, Japanese vibes, but nonetheless, interesting concept. Some of the thing that we have seen from the creator of this thing um, on Twitter, I think, was really cool and good looking. So, um, potential as always for people that have blogs. This one is really cool. I like the visuals of this, but yeah. Um, Not really. You can do that. The thing is, if you do that with a skill, it will encourage Claude every time, even if it made a mistake. So, yeah, no, you need to do that like manually, sadly. Um, and yeah, you're kind of right about the thinking being longer outputs. Yes, that is also true. That is also true. And this one is the last one that I've seen, which is code templates, which seems to be interesting, and basically has a ton of pre-templated ways to have agents run. So for someone, again, like Fields or Stoney or other people that have running agents with their own harness and creating their own harness, this is pretty interesting because it creates like an environment in which you have the best result possible. This is a vague best result possible, but potentially to be checked and to be worked with. is interesting, specifically if you are testing to run things at home with shit like the one from PewDiePie and so on. This is good. I think that's about it. I think Notch, we talked about it last time, which is the scraper thing. And then EXO is the last one that we talked about. So yes, we went through all of the repos. Nonetheless, this is pretty cool. So yeah, so this is the latest update is going to be pretty neat. I have added some teeny tiny transitions, animations, and other things in specific parts, so that it feels a bit more snappier, a bit more. That was a bit of a break. More natural in the transitions here and there, so that's it's a bit of a fun thing. Obviously, you can't see anything on that preview because, well, it's the preview and there is no space for anything in there, so it's just like whatever. But most of it is pretty good. And then the biggest of updates that I have done yesterday is this thing. So now we would have the calendar of previous wears, and I think this is cool. So this is one of the requests that Mo has asked us on Twitter. If you haven't followed what happened, someone on Twitter requested like a DM thing, and then they basically gave me a big ass block of text of "Thank you for the app. It is the best app on the market." So ego went up. I will use it anyways, but if you want some advice and some recommendations, feedback, things, here are the things that we want to add to the app. And I said, yes, I'm working on these things already. So this is pretty good. So they wanted a calendar in a way to have like a calendar based view of what they have worn, which is pretty useful. So we did that, and then as always, you can click on the perfume question. It will open and give you all the content that you need to have in there. So that's really cool. And I feel like this is the best positioning for what it is. Specifically, if you're a paid user, that card goes away, so everything goes back up. So it's as if it was somewhere around here. So you see your collection content, your past wares and in the calendar, and then underneath you have all of the other thing that we already have. We decided to fix things in the sent DNA again. I've been working on this bitch for like 6 times. It's crazy. And fixing things on the wraps, basically changing some of the views to make them a bit more fun, but there are still some things in there that I just don't like for the animations that are used in here that just don't make any sense to me. So I need to fix that before I can release an update. But so far, it's pretty good. So far, it's pretty good. You have to work extra today. Oh my god, that is so sad. I just read that. I read the thing and not the message. My bad. What do you mean you have to work extra? As in you have to take like today is not your day off. That's basically what you're saying, I think. I think that's what you're saying. Um that is pretty cool. Yeah, and that is good news. Um yeah. That is a great thing. It's a weird feeling when it happens for the first time. I mean, when it happens not for the first time, but like every time when it happens, it's a weird feeling. It's kind of nice to have like someone that says, "Wait a second, you're the creator of this thing? Isn't that aren't you that person?" Like, in one of the events that I went to, I had one person, when I showed them the app, they were like, "Oh, you are that person from Twitter." And I was like, "Yeah." And then one of the organizer was like, I've seen your face on Twitch. I don't know, but like French, obviously, so they haven't stayed in the stream because English speaking. But it was like I've seen your face around. So yeah, it's a fun thing. I like the feeling. Obviously, that's the ego going in. Uh, nonetheless. Congrats on having your first recognizable face in the wild. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Grizz, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Um, but yeah. I had things for you, Grizz, specifically. I've been seeing a ton of people that have added their or updated their website, and every time I'm like, well, this is just 2026 portfolios, isn't it? Um, Everyone is just adding like a very, very minimal things with teeny tiny interactive elements. This one was kind of fun for the effect on the dots, but like mine is also like kind of minimalistic folio things. So yeah, everyone is just doing the same thing. It's kind of sad, but it's fine. It's fine. Um, you have a chatbot that is there to hype you up about the product, as in you have a chatbot on the side that is dedicated to just making sure that you don't lose motivation on Hippo and making sure the project is going through. Is that what it is? Because that's kind of fun. That is kind of fun. But yeah, it's a lot of people are doing like the minimalistic things. A lot of people are duplicating others' content. I saw this, and this one was really impressive in terms of the app itself. I think this is a good rendering of some sort of a TV time tracking system. This is a thing that I wanted to talk about with Stony last week, and then I forgot. My bad. My bad. The thing is, and I don't know exactly why that's the case, but on my phone, this thing is the glitchiest, laggiest, most broken app I have ever used. And it is crazy how it's just broken. It's fun, it works, but it is just so broken. Let's see if it just works. Because it is great, it is really good. I mean, it looks really good, at least. This is gonna tell me that I need to fucking connect, isn't it? Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. God dang. Why? Let me plug it in just in case. Um, I'm not, but kinda. um, this thing that I just showcased, and that, I guess, are the current trendy thing, and a lot more people are adding things that look similar, that are like adding some visuals, experiments, and like recreations of realistic elements. And I'm not saying that this is exactly how things are supposed to be, but a lot of designers right now are just implementing some sort of things like this. And for your collections on No Mercy, this could be a nice visual before, like you have your collections and it's just like a stack of things, and it has a bit of a fan effect, and could 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 um the really fun thing would be a VHS tape with the Sharpied name of the collection, as if you had recorded every single movie on the VHS tape. But you know, eh, eh. The good thing is that the code is not that complex, and there is a ton of people that have created some libraries that you can use. I don't know if I saved it. I don't think I did, but we've seen that many, many times. People that have created libraries for the fan effect and for other things to just make the interface a bit more interactive and interesting for people. So, it could be a thing. I'm not saying that it needs to be a thing, but it could be a thing. And then again, a lot of people are doing shit like this just for the sake of, you know, getting the effect, getting the attention, specifically getting the views on Twitter. But that's it. That's it. What I want though is this, and this is just like not. I I want that. I can't figure it out. I, hmm. I like this a lot. I mean, I like holographic shit. So yeah. Um. But yeah. Um. And it's a good thing that you find so much issues with Gather OS. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Um, yeah. Yeah, the holographic is not holographic. It is very much a static image of a holo effect, and it's not like creating the wave that it needs to create. So, eh. And then potentially most of the times the back is going to be white and not holographic either. So, yeah. But the colors though, but like the colors. Um, Anywho. And then the last point that I have in the realistic things is this thing, which is amazing from my point of view. Like they have created that rendering of a keystone, I guess, of the G that is related to their logo and their things, and the entirety of the branding is so good. And also, it is a French word that we used for, you know, uh, the rich people in France. So it happens. No, I saw you have 45 days. Didn't I say something? I think I said something in my head. My bad. My bad. 45 days to go. Um, it does. It does. That's the point. um, I guess, Jan, this is a pretty good point of view to have, to just get like more people on it. The other thing that I have mentioned before, and I do probably have, do I have that? Yes, there. We talked about it. God damn it. What do you mean? There is no star on this shit. Corlex, which is the other one that we have talked about and showcased in the past, which is to me the duplicate of what GatherOS is. Have a good coffee time. Um, is easier to just use than GatherOS on its own. So I'd rather use that. But apparently it's just like not here anymore. Why and how is this not a thing? Is it two X's? Is it this one? I think it is. Yeah. Let me just star this thing so that we have it. But yeah, like this has been showcased on my feed at some point and said to be like interesting and nice just for your, how is it named? Bookmarks. God damn. Just for your bookmarks. And then as I mentioned, GatherOS just popped in, and weirdly enough, the design is almost the same with a different logo. Mm, mm. Um, Anyways, I do agree with that last statement. I've been thinking about it, and specifically because of this, I have files, which I know it's a weird thing to say, but I do have files, and so inside of my files, inside of my Twitter likes data, I do have my likes JSON with the entire thing. I also have, if I'm not mistaken, um, my reviewed things. So I probably have like 100,000 like things in there that I could potentially port to Heber in a way that is easier than what I had before. So I thought about it. I don't know if I will, but I thought about it, and yeah, it might happen. It might happen. I don't know. I don't know. It might happen. Uh, but yeah, like the having the likes is a thing that could work, and you know, it I just technically I just need the ability for me to get the Twitter export that I've done um, imported into Heber, and then be able to sort that, and or be able to run a local agent to sort that for me as a superficial thing, and then be done. But yeah, for now, that's not the case. It will be in the future. I'm hoping for that. But yeah, and then since yesterday, um, kinda. I think Estonia is gonna Estonia. I hope you're sitting down. Uh, I may start using No Mercy server. May I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, no, there is like so much shit that is happening on Netflix, on Prime, and so on that are just like impossible to ensure that the thing that you want to watch and rewatch are just going away, and that pisses me off. Like it pissed you off in the first place. I agree. But yeah, it might happen. I'm not saying that it will happen because the mini PC that would be running the thing is a mini PC and it doesn't have a ton of well storage, first of all, but also power. So that would be kind of complicated, but not impossible. As just a server, it would work. But nonetheless, it might happen. It might happen just because yeah, I was looking for a TV show, and they said it's going away soon. And yeah, I mean, as always, I have Plex Lifetime, so I could 100% just go Plex. But for the sake of using what we've been building, it would be easier for me and better for the product on its own if I was on it and checking things out and then complaining than anything else. So yeah. Anyways, so that's the thing. Stony, for you for later, this is something that you will now need because you now have a Mac Mini. Mac USB is also, this is a fucking tweet, and I hate that it is Alternative 2 as a fucking link to Alternative 2. This pisses me off every time. I just hate this website, but this is the only thing that we have. If you have used Rufus for Windows, Mac USB is basically the same thing, and it gives you the ability to create a bootable drive, not just for Mac OS, but also for Windows and Linux. And I think this is pretty useful for the people that are on Mac OS, but most importantly for the people that are on Mac OS that wants to boot from a drive. We didn't have shit until this thing was available. So this is a pretty useful app just to create bootable drives for macOS. So that's a good thing. And specifically what they are mentioning is like for Apple Silicon things, so not Intel based Macs. So that's a good thing. But yeah. you know, it's 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 a thing that is useful that I saved just for the sake of saving shit. But yeah, other than that, I think we've done most of the overflow on this thing. There is this for the visuals, and specifically for the animations visuals that are in there. I think this is a bit too wild for what I had in mind, but I I'm not against it. I know you said you talks and that's the winner, but I'm not against it. I feel like it has a bit of a better personality than some of the other things. As I've mentioned before, these are coming from Into the Spider-Verse inspired background. So this one is from the original poster, and then these two are derivatives of as experiments. And right now I have just used this one as a reverse so that we have like the splatter within this section. So yeah, I do think this is pretty cool. This is good for branding, marketing, website, content, and so on, not necessarily for the in-app activities, potentially for some of the premium features if there was some at some point or other things. But I've been trying to push at least one client to that type of branding. So if I can do that here, I will. And I think the overall like vibe of that logo and that brand so far is going into that direction. So yeah, it might just happen. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think this is pretty cool, and it's similar in terms of animations in my head to these things, which are pretty neat. And a lot of people, as always, right now are integrating with a lot of shaders, a lot of other things, and yeah. Um, the thing is, within, and I've mentioned that last time, within the app, the interface needs to be as minimal as possible, or at least as uh, easy to use as possible. So it can be bright and shiny and so on, but it needs to have something that just makes sure that the user understand that, oh yeah, this thing is what we want you to do right here, and there is nothing else competing with you. So that's why most of the app interfaces are going to be as minimal as possible, or at least focus the attraction to where the user has to do things. I'm looking at this one right now because it's in front of me, but like this branding is bright and impactful and so on. But the app itself is probably going to be either like a full red background with black content, and that's about it, or something that is like black and white-ish, and the black is kind of a red-based black, but it's not going to be the most bright all the time. So that's kind of the idea. Like you want the content in there to be working, but the branding to be like bright and specific. So that's the I don't mind the brightness and shit. I just mind the fact that the app itself needs to be understood and understandable from the user's point of view. So if we have something like this, for example, that is bright on its content, the app itself is clean, understandable, easy to use, and so on. Designer speech, don't worry about it. So yeah, that's the type of thing that could happen, might happen, will happen. We'll see. We could have shit like this with some buttons and some things being like a bit more interactive, animated, and so on. But that is just performance loading, and I don't know if I want that. So was he? Was he? Anywho, so with that in mind, I feel like this is a good direction for things. As I mentioned last time, I went ahead and do a lot more mouses for placements and things. I've done some more research on Pinterest to get some other IDs, uh, and also some like verification that most, if not all, of the similar vibe for all of these monsters slash blackface characters only have the eyes. Most of them don't have a mouse, and it's really rare when there is just the mouse. Like this one is almost just a mouse, but it's not the case. Like it still have some sort of an eye, but most of these have eyes only, and all eyes being like kind of in the back and still there. So I think going with just a mouse is an interesting branding direction. And then with the color is going to be pretty fun. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see, but I think this is good. I think this is going in the right direction. The red is probably going to be one of the most prominent thing. So there might be a red based branding system, and then a multicolor aspect for marketings and other things if anything happens. But yeah. Anyways, so these ones are pretty fun. The other thing that I have saved are in the other like schematics. So shit like this, which also put me into the Spider-Verse diagonal lines thingy that I talked about a second ago. And then these other things could be also integrated as platters, which are already in there, but like more integrated in a way that just makes more sense for the rest of the things. So we'll see. But yeah, I found these, which I think are interesting in the style of the icons. Um, because it's a bit thicker than usual. It's not necessarily going into the game design icons, but it's not like the simplicity, um, boring, flat UI icon thing that I've been building for the past few years. So this is interesting. Not saying that this is the direction in which to go, but this is interesting. I'm seeing these on the sides. That eye specifically is interesting as well. Not exactly the design that I wanted to have, but similar. And then I've seen this, I've saved this for the past few months now. These ones that are from the Oiri game are very interesting and very cool in terms of color schemes. So potentially playing with that is a thing. I don't know. I don't know. Um, yeah, it's kind of the same vibe. It's kind of the same vibe. So yeah, there are things that may happen um, in the near future, and nonetheless, a lot of things have been discovered. The red is cool. The cats are everywhere, so obviously we might not get a cat. And as I mentioned last time when you were getting a coffee, I love this as a concept. I don't think the mouse only here would work, um, but it could. But yeah, we like it. We like it. Anywho, other than that, I think that's about it on the discoveries and things. There are a lot of other things that you haven't seen and you will not see until it's done. Until it is done. Um, yeah, it's that's the issue. So, uh, if you lean into the creative of one creative direction, you will appeal to like one type of people. And there are a lot of people, including streamers, that would say, "Oh, I don't like that design, I will not use the thing." And so that's why I'm saying that the app itself needs to be as clean and as boring as it as it can be, maybe have some twitch of colors here and there and some splatters just for the sake of the branding, but most of it needs to be as appealing to the masses as possible in order to, well, be appealing to the masses. So it can have personality, it can have some decisive choices here and there, but the majority of the app needs to be as clean as possible so that the vast majority of streamers would be like, okay, I'm willing to go in and play with that. And it could be shit like this, by the way. Like, it could be fun and colorful with your widget section that have like some of the widgets that you have that are just standing out of the cards, and in the background is that colorful thing. But the rest of um, is very clean and very unbothering from a user point of view. Like shit like this, even though I love it, would not fly for a good majority of people because it's just like, well, this is not something that is practical for me. And even if it was working, just the simple fact of thinking about it like this, it would be like, no, not my vibe. So, small things nonetheless. Details, changes, whatever. Um, we can still have some colors and shade. We can still have some transitions and shaders. Everything would work. Uh, and yeah. The thing is, themes on what you currently have on No Mercy specifically, not the bot, um, is color themes and not restylings. Whereas if you remember, if you're old enough, if you remember MySpace blogs and other things, and Tumblrs specifically, we had themes that were entirely restyling the page. And so you could have buttons that were pixel art on one Tumblr account and very minimalistic and glassy on another. And it was just the real themes of things. It's not impossible, but yeah. And welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, Not really. This is my own mood board for everything. The app is currently going into that direction. We've been working on the logo for the past few streams. Evolution from something that uh, very boring but still working, and then going into a different direction because they had an ID, and it seems to work, and then the latest version seems to be there. So there is a mood board for the grand scheme of branding, but there is also a need for the branding in question of the app itself. And I'm not saying that shit like this are too clean, but they are not necessarily the thing to not go forward to, toward to. Same thing. Just because it's like it's subtle, there is some colors, it could work. Also, we probably wouldn't have like a chat box shit, but what? Nonetheless, same idea. So yeah, it is a playful thing that needs to be mass user adopted, kinda. So we'll see. Do I need to do anything about the widgets? Or nah? You sent me the link to widgets and I don't know where they are because I didn't click on it. That's the reason, and that's the app for now. So it's a bit old. Also, I'm still blue. This makes no sense. I don't understand if it's like uh, a cache thing or something else that just pull me um, into different themes. But yeah, It's weird. It's weird. Um, it is. It is pretty hard to pull off, but that's why we're here. Let me click on that link. Um, you've gone with this, okay, and so therefore I'm thinking you have the widgets previews that are like iframes rendering off the widgets. Is that what happened? Um, so yes and no. When I did this first version, I had the iframes version on each of these things, and obviously I don't have the skills that you have, so whatever. But that was breaking everything because of how much shit was working in the background at the same time, capturing what was happening on stream. So I have reverted to something that was very, very much simple. When you look at stream elements, when you look at nerd.tv, nerd.tv? Nerd or Die. Nerd or Die, not nerd.tv. Nerd or Die. They have thumbnails. So thumbnails would be good. The latest GitHub repo that I gave you earlier, even though it's very much too clean for what it is, could be a base for a system that is similar. But yeah, nonetheless, it's just a skill and you can reskill the skill. So yeah, anyways, back at it. So, that's an interesting system. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. You have added one card compared to before. I think it's the command used. The reason why I'm saying this is because earlier last week, I was saying in my head, I didn't say that out loud, the two that were here could have been placed underneath here so that we have a 3x3 or 3x3 grid, and then it could be squished. Everything could be squished to that width, and then that could go up so that we have something that is more for front screen things. And with the poll, it would probably just do exactly that. So that's a good thing. And yes, now you have emojis, which is good. Which, by the way, about the pricing, like usage-based pricing, how can I say that? I can't zoom out now. That's crazy. This morning at 9 a.m. sharp, in the middle of a chat with Fable, just add an alert saying Fable is now usage-based pricing. So you can revert to Sonnet 5 if you want to, but that's it. And then I had to go back to Opus, which is fine, but it works. Anyways, this is now a lot more complex than what it was earlier. So, yeah, I did. I have to. I don't have a choice. He was a good boy-ish. We've had better days, but he was pretty good. Not gonna lie, it was pretty good. It was a pretty good thing. It is now only on max and business, like the highest tiers, the two highest tiers that they have. Yeah, I'm guessing they will re-enable it for everyone soon enough, based on their past experience, and it's just like to create some FOMO on some of the people that haven't used it or that have used it for 2 weeks, and then now they're like, well, Sonnet is shit compared to Fable, which is basically everything has been Opus since the beginning anyways, with variance of availability and capacities. That's it. Like more or less gateways. Anyways, I think it's gonna go back. As I've mentioned, Techie asked me last week if I had used Solterra and Luna as tests, and I didn't. I only have access to them through Cursor. I had my subscription to Cursor reset yesterday, and therefore I have a bit of usage. But guess what? It took me an hour. Yeah, about an hour on Soul to be like, okay, cool, we're done. You're now out of usage. Good job. So I'm still going through their official $80-ish per month that is allowed, even though it's not like it's included, but it's not part of what it's displayed. So I can still go through that, like maybe one more message or two more message. But yeah, that's a good question. I think the estimate of Opus versus Sonnet is mostly on the complexity of task that I give it and the output that it gives me. They both would have the ability to create similar things, but in different amount of times and with different variation of success in my eyes. So, for example, we're gonna go here and we're gonna torch some things here. If I go on Sonnet, let's 20 this thing just for the sake of. That's not the letter. Opus and Fable. In the range of things, you may have somehow kinda. They are using purple, I'm gonna use red. They have a level of complexity and a level of token usage because of reasoning system. So this one is probably gonna use the most context. This one is gonna have similar amount of context, but like a bit less. And Sonnet context-wise is gonna be like roughly here. It still has like a good amount of context overall, but it's not like the wild thing that Fable is. However, the output when it comes to like design quality is probably going to be somehow around here for Fable, somehow around here for Opus as well, and somehow Sonnet is just like a bit less design-wise in its capacity. So these two are going to have like a similar amount of visual output that is good enough from the start that I just need to fix and tweaks here and there, but that's about it. And then in terms of writing ability, you will probably have something like writing ability on Fable and Opus is going to be roughly similar, if not like just a smidge less good. And then Sonnet is the same thing. You're gonna end up with something that is a bit less good in total. And the main thing for quality is absolutely subjective, but it's most of the time this is gonna feel less AI, more human, even though still kind of AI-y. This is more AI, less human, and this is more AI, way less human than the thing. So that's the quantization quality testing that I do, or that I can give you in a way in between these models. Most of them are gonna be similar in their outputs, but not necessarily like as good as one another, and also the time it takes per model per task is going to go faster. So you're gonna end up with something like, also Tonton, welcome on in. Let's do pink for no reason. Fable is probably going to take this amount of time. Opus is going to take this amount of time, and so it's probably going to take this amount of time for the same task, just because of the reasoning amount that needs to go in for Sonnet to figure out everything. For Opus, it already has a bit of context, and for Fable, it has like a better tool qualities to be able to just fetch the entire thing. So I would say these are the quality things, but yeah. For me, Sonnet is a bit more AI feeling when it comes to the writing of it. It has some of the tells that are like no repetition, no wandering around on a subject, just following the instruction, and that's about it, which is like very rigid, and it has some sort of a almost as if I could say that it had a template and it followed the template, but with the content that you asked about, and that's about it. The creative writing for Fable and or Opus is going to be a bit better, but then again, it's still like shit in all three compared to human writing. So, is it necessary to use? Not really. But it's more like I had an idea about something. I want the copy within the app to be a bit better, and therefore, let's just work on the text. And Fable is going to have like a better output than Sonnet, for example, for me, for my taste, my things. So, you know, small details, small things, small whatever. Also, did the fucking landing pad not land? Is that what happened? I, or did it just absolutely disappear already? I guess it disappeared. Give me a second. There is something that pisses me off. As prior mentioned, I have a leak in my toilet, and it just makes a sound that pisses me off. Yeah, if you are like, if you don't want to use AI too much and you want the creative to be yours, then using Sonnet as an outliner is a pretty good thing. For code thinking, Fable is just going to be better overall, just because of how much reasoning and context it can take. But right now, the best option is still Opus, and because you have access to it in the pro tier, like $20 a month tier, and you're good with it. So it's the thing. However, if you don't want to go into like AI does everything and you just want to be assisted with it, then things like LM Studio are going to be way more interesting to you because it just runs on your machine as an assistant with models that don't really track your data or get data from you out of the system. And it's just a helper and nothing else, which I think is pretty good. Or at least a bit more better than some other stuff. So yeah. Oh my god, sorry. Look at it. Oh my god. Forget about it. um yeah. Kinda. Um so Personally, eating, I mean, technically, the best person here is Tony, where hitting the limits is what has been showcased, like right here, for example, like reaching 99%, 100%, 56% of the current session at 6:59, and then it's 7 and everything is at 0. Like that's god mode of achieving limits. So maybe Stony can teach us some things on how that is happening and why he is so good at that. But goddamn. And it's not the first time. Like I've had some screenshot earlier of the exact same thing again. So, it's just like it happens. Um, so it is interesting to see how some people are using it. There is some harnesses that can help you to burn less. But then again, I feel like if you are hitting your limits too often, at least from your point of view, it's probably due to the way that you're using the thing. Like I don't give a shit. I'm using it as if it was a conversation with another person. Like that's the plan. I have someone that can help me do the code, and therefore I am chatting with it as if. And therefore I'm using as much token as possible. I don't really give a shit if the welcome back, if the limit is reached. I have reached the limit, and that's about it. I don't really give a shit. If you are thinking about it and you want to like token max, and I hate that, and not burn through the tokens as fast as you are currently doing, then it is a matter of being more decisive in what you want to do and giving specific context when necessary. So, for example, one of the things that has been presented is if you don't give it the, I'm going to do that. If you give it a task, and the task is as vague as it can be, of in our homepage, we need to change this, this, and that. And it's an app, for example. This will mean that your agent is going to go through the entirety of the code base with a grep or something that looks for what you've been talking about. And then once it scanned the entire thing, it used a ton of tokens for the scanning, it used a ton of token for the reading of the content. And then if there is multiple files that have potentials of potential matches of what you have been asking, it will also read these things for ensuring that it is the right one. This is happening very fast, so you don't see it, but it is still going to burn through tokens very fast. However, if you decided to say in our file name, we are using blah, 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 and then we want to change this section right here, and you highlight with the at whatever, the grep is going to be on these two things, and the context that is going to infer from this is probably going to be half of it, if not less, because you gave it and you pointed it out directly to the file that it needs to go and edit and see and inspect and so on. So that is one of the things that you can do that would enhance your token maxing things. But then again, it's a matter of nothing, but it's still something that is fine. And then the other thing is, once you're done with a task, move to another chat. Like, don't keep adding task in within the same chat, because otherwise it's going to be very big, and context is going to be very big and annoying because it needs to send the entire thing every time that you ask a question. So that's the thing. Let me read this. having this dilemma that I want to use AI generated images in my branding or marketing, but now I'm in the position that I don't have money for the illustration or photography that I would want to use. Yes, this is another thing that I've had, Tonton. I I hate it. And I'm not using AI generated images for things that I can do myself or things that I know someone that can that I can commission for something. Um, Most of the illustration that I use are done by me within Figma, within other things. The only thing that I would use AI generation for are going to be, I mean, specifically the logo that I showcased earlier, um, is kind of a good presentation. Um, that person specifically has been doing a ton of AI generation in the past. We just go into the media tab and it's going to be fine. And we have been looking at these things for the longest time and, you know, creating logos in different formats, in different materials, and so on. I don't think it makes sense to ask like someone to create shit like this. I'm not saying that it's not worth the money, but it's not worth the money in a way. And AI could create this, and this is okay. At least from my point of view, if it's the amount of creativity that could create something interesting from a logo point of view, but having someone else commissioned to create this is a one-off that will cost way more than it needs to because you might not know if this is the direction in which you want to go. So that's the only thing. It's just like this for experimental thing. Why not? For logo specifically, but anything else that is like illustrative, I have a bit of an issue with it. But for logo, I don't really care for some reason. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird thing. I know. Um, but it is like such a simple system, interesting system nonetheless, and might be good enough. Anyways, um, when it comes to like generating images, it has a feel to it that is not so good, and it's also like most of the times you can find something as a Photoshop action or do that in Photoshop or Photoshop similar tools, and it's going to be much better than if you generated it. So as mentioned, the one of the usage that I would have is creating some sort of like a mockup, right? Um, like this is a Photoshop thing, and I mean, technically this is not Photoshop. This is like in browser mockup editor things. Nonetheless, same ID. Uh, I can do that in Photoshop, and if I were to ask AI to create a mockup using the screenshot of the app that I have, it's gonna generate something that is not my app anymore. And so that's why I have some issues with it. Um, with logo materials, I'm like, well, this is something that I wouldn't be able to do myself unless I reopen Blender, and I'm just not gonna do that right now. Um, but it's also not worth the money in experimentation to figure out what texture, what material I want to have, in order to get like my output in place. Like this is so easy to do that I can do that in Figma, but also it's a Photoshop action slash mockup, and therefore I'm done with it. Like I don't have to do too much. So in my eyes, there is a the line is mostly on thing that can be or need to be more creative than boring work. That's where my line is, I guess. Um, yeah, kind of. um, well, with your stand, I would say it's like everything, everything that AI can do in terms of of image generation is feasible by someone in the creative industry, and they could make money from it. So that basically removes everything from image generation, which is good, by the way. um, but for me, it's mostly like if it exists as a template somewhere, I will probably use the template instead because it's there. Uh, if I can't find a template and I know that I want to just experiment with something specifically with texture and materials, I might use AI for a generation to just see how things could be. Like, does this works for us? Is this a direction that we want to go for or not? And I'm not gonna go through an image generation platform. I'm probably just gonna go through Figma image generation, like make image system and just say, based on this logo, let's create something that is like mossy and woody and whatever, just to see how it looks and if it works with us, and then just send that to the client. As I mentioned before, in Mima specifically, which is one of the greatest example that I have here, we have with the client decided to go through me getting paid and going through research on mood boarding, what would be interesting for that specific branding, what we wanted to achieve, and so on. And then once I had like a good base and starting point, I went through AI generation of components for the web because it's easier. And the goal of that project was to have tokens in uh, Tailwind, like Tailwind CSS4 tokens type of thing. So easier for me to just go through Claude and say, we need to create like some sort of a style guide that is based on this mood board that we have. And kind of like, that's not exactly what we did, but like, that was basically the idea. And then once we were doing this, uh, ChatGPT image gen came out, and I went in and I said, this is the brand guideline thing that we have. What is your ID? Like, as ChatGPT image gen, what is your ID? What do you have in your head? And so it generated these things. And I presented that to the client as, here is what AI has come up with, which means that this is the median baseline of what most people would create for the branding that we have defined. So first of all, is there things in there that works and speaks to you? Or are you like in the same realm as me of this is the median and therefore we want to be exceptional, so we want to go further out in one of the direction so that it makes sense for us. And client said, well, I do like the scribble things here, and I do like the friendliness of this one. Like that was the outputs. And I just hate this. That was their thing. So from there, we said, cool. We got everything that we need from the AI generation. So we know what median like designer would create roughly. So let's go into a lot more research on the branding that we have. Let me do some sketches. Let's see if there are things in there that make sense for us. Based on what the client has said, I kept them as references. And then we explored a lot more things and a lot more references that already existed as like inspirations and so on. But the initial ID with the image generation there was mostly let's see what an AI would come up with so that we make sure that we don't look like something that is AI generated in the first place, but also that we match the vibe that is like median in some way, but not too much. And the output for this, as we have mentioned before, um, if that works, is this is where we landed, where that's the logo, that's the vibe that we have, this is the inspiration that we used, and that's the branding overall assets and so on, which is obviously not looking like something that is AI generated. It has some vibe from the AI generated things with some of the colors and some of the hoops that we have taken, but that's about it. So again, we used it for exploration, and we used it as a reference on what not necessarily to do in order to stand out. So that was like one of the things, but not opposed to using AI generation for some of the things either, just because it's AI generation. It's just like, well, it can be useful in some cases. And then again, as I mentioned last time, having it as an exploration tool to go way faster on, we want to go in industrial, we want to go in minimal, we want to go in like editorial earthy tones. Let me see what you would go for as an AI model. And then we as human are like, cool, this is not the direction we want to go to, because this is the direction that AI is going to take anyways. So in order to stand out, we need to go into weird shit. Like that's the other thing. This it can be used as a what not to do and not a what to do. And therefore, in my eyes, again, I wouldn't necessarily pay someone to see in what direction I will not go. So with that in mind, going into just the exploration, then yeah. Um, and for the photography generation, I agree with you. I would say, and again with the same system as PSD template and so on, I am the biggest fan of Unsplash since their inception. Like, this has been uh, my home for images. Now they have a paid tier because it used to be free. Like, most of it is free. But if you are looking for something in the style of, there is probably someone somewhere in there that has done something, and you know Um, always welcome on in. It is midday. Afternoon. So maybe this is like the illustration type or photography type that you wanted to have, and it's pretty cool. Maybe Chris Taps has a lot of photographies that are like in the vibe that you like, and you wanted to get like shit like this on your landing page for, I don't know, the hero section, and then you pass that through a shaders or a filter or something, and it is um, in there. So for me, for photography, I would go on Unsplash first, um, and then image generation would probably not be a thing. So yeah. And this is Noms. This is a multi, as mentioned, it's a manager slash admin platform for your streams. And the name Noms is because it is coming from No Mercy. No Mercy is Stoney's main company, I guess. Um, and when we were looking for the names, I say if we just noms, like noms, as in you are eating things, which is your vibe. Like it sounds like a culinary platform, with the mouse specifically, but we're eating up on the other platforms and giving admins the ability to just get a chomp on most of the platforms together and then have like combined chats, combined admin things. You can manage all the things. So right now I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. If I was connected to YouTube on the app, I would have the ability in the multi-chat to see my current Twitch chat combined with my current YouTube chat if I was streaming on other platforms with the other chat as well. So that's one of the things that is pretty useful, and also being able to just like send things to multiple platforms at the same time and so on. So that's kind of the idea. But then also having stream overlays, widgets, alerts, and other things that are good for streamers. That's the main point. That is the main point. But yeah, Pexel is good. I've moved content to another page. Me? No. What do you mean? What you looking for? That's empty. um, oh, I see. Yes, that makes sense. Yes, thumbnails is empty until we have something that is good enough that we can use as thumbnails. Like this could work if we have something in there, but yeah. But yeah, so for photography specifically, going back to this, I would go to Unsplash. Pexel is good. I just have a bit of a harder time with finding things, and the quality at the times where I used it was less good and less creative than what Unsplash was providing. So Unsplash, now that it has a paid tier, is a bit annoying because a lot of the things that used to be free are now paid. Obviously, these used to be like free and out of the kindness of the photographers that have posted their images. But yeah, you like this one, Phils? The new potential option thing, wilding option. I like this. I like this. You think it's better now? Cool. Well, I might give it another go. I might give it another go just for the sake of experimenting with it. But yeah, so I would go there, and then again, because everyone and their mom, I mean on Twitter, but also on any design platforms right now, is that not? Ah, yeah, that's so sad. Sorry. Um, they are using some sort of a filter slash effect on images, and it just creates such an interesting thing. If we go on to the background thing, the super visual background thing that is like absolutely AI generated for most of them, they have this like feel, if I remember correctly, something around here or there. Yeah, this shit, for example. This is something that you wouldn't necessarily be able to photograph, nor would you be able to create it on your own. And so that's one of the things that I would potentially commission someone to do. But I also see the appeal, sadly, financially, in saying, well, this is an AI generated thing. It's pretty good. Why not just use the thing? It's there. But this is the type of thing that could be achieved through a shader without the galaxy things, but it is like feasible to get um, this as an illustration, and you can create like a shader on top of that. That's more of a conceptual picture. So that's such an abstract thing. I'm not necessarily against using AI generation for abstract backgrounds because I feel well, like I can do that in Figma in about 16 seconds. Um, and I would probably do that in Figma in 16 seconds instead of generating things through AI. But yeah, there are some stuff that are just like, this is an unsplash image with a filter on it. But this is something that I wouldn't be able to do, but this is something that an illustrator would be able to do, and therefore I would rather have a non-AI generated tree uh, or a real person photography and so on. But for things that are kind of conceptual or more abstract, I don't really mind it. Nonetheless, all that to say, if we go into their section with the dithering thing, that's that's probably like a regular sunset with a filter and some curve change. So, like going from a sunset on Unsplash and then adding the dithering effect on top of it, or these ones that are just like the image in the background and they have numbers and letters on top, which makes absolutely no sense and no difference on what it is, but it looks more tech related and therefore people like it. But yeah, like most of the things are going to be uh, with the filter on top specifically now. So, you know, why not just use that instead? But yeah, that these ones were from the Super Visuals background library from someone that has shared it and now has decided to make it paid. But since I still have access to the file, I still have access to the file. So every now and then it's there. I can go in and have fun in there, see some of the things that I have created. So yeah. And for the logo itself, for the details in question, we took a look at how it would kind of convey with the rest of the apps. I feel like with the background effect, yes, it is very much like too complex. If it is like just the mouse and just the name, it could work. There is like a lot of issues and a lot of experiments to be made still to achieve what we want to achieve there. But yeah, like it's not necessarily the most unreadable thing, but it is not as readable as the other two. Like this one is more readable than this one for sure. And there is a lot of how can I say that? Treatment that needs to happen that haven't happened yet on this. So yeah. So Olio is a bit of a different thing. Olio has had such a bigger career on YouTube before that, and that's why he rides a Ferrari, and it's not just because of the wallpaper. Uh, but again, the other thing is like millionaires slash YouTubers shit. um, it can't really be accessed ethically. Like you need to do wrong on some people at some level in order to get to that level. So yeah, ethically speaking, eh, you know. But yeah, this is basically what we said when we were right there. We were looking at this one. Basically, I had an ID um, in the during the stream last week. I did this one and then this one, and I had an ID on the Thursday, and then on Friday we kind of explored this because it looked interesting. And we explored and explored and explored. And when we reached this, we were like, this is just Super Meat Boy. There is no question about it. So we need to change the colors and see what we can do about it to not be Super Meat Boy too much. And this mouse is not Super Meat Boy, interestingly, like enough. Like this is different. But then the experiment with the suit, with the experiment with the other colors, and so on, it's still at the end of the day, we still reached a point where the pink/red was more aligned with the goals, and then we got like a color scheme with splatters and others that seems more interesting and therefore doesn't look like Super Meat Boy that much. And that is also in that direction where it's not linked to it. These eggs slash weird ass shape also are not necessarily like linked to it, which is pretty good. But yeah, it is very much the mouse and the red that just I just give it away. Like there is no question that someone would see this and say, "Oh, that's Super Meat Boy app related." That's it. If it's that color, so going with this potentially make it stand out a bit, a bit different. I don't know, but yeah. And also yes, which is kind of sad, but yes. And wallpaper doesn't. Yeah, yeah. Again, this is the reason I'm gonna go there because why not? Um, this is the reason why I have beef with that guy specifically, and specifically now that he's been on a bit of a big ass drama and shit. Um, the biggest issue that I have with him specifically is that this entire thing is stolen content for the sake of his initiative, work on it, of his success. So, what happened when you go into resources of his website thing is every single thing that you see there is something that has been seen on Twitter. Ruru, welcome on. How are you? How's the day going? Um, and and then he just recreated this. Like this is 100% Rono's website. And it's like Rono has created this website, this original website, and then that guy just decided to recreate it in Framer. And even though Rono is mentioned here, it's just like I don't think Rono is taking any of the royalties slash outputs from the courses because it's just this is a free thing, so therefore Rono is not compensated for anything. And the entirety of everything that is in there is just a copy of something else that you've seen. I'm happy that he hasn't found my curved navbar because it would be in there for sure. But it is like just a copy of the thing that already exists on Twitter. So I don't like his content because of how much non-ethical that is. And then personal thing, he moved to Saudi Arabia just for the taxes, and I'm like, fuck you. That's it. Like you don't want to pay your taxes in the country that you are supposed to be living in, and you move to the UAE. Fuck off. Like that's it. That's eh, eh. So yeah. It is But I work all in as well. It is roughly like he's doing the Lando Norris thing. He has done one, by the way. If I remember correctly, I know he open sourced it ish, kinda, not really. Um, I think it is in there. But basically, when the Lando Norris helmet popped in, we had a version in Framer on here in about a day or two, just because attention grabbing and so on. And it's I don't like this. I don't like it. I don't like it because it's basically stealing. But then again, it's just the same thing as usual. Designers and their creations is they don't like when people are doing something that is roughly similar, and devs and their creations are like, well, that's not my creation anyways. So different mindset. But yeah, everything is there just like a pure copy of someone else's work and showcased as if it was his work. And I'm like, that's no good. Anyways. So yeah. Um yeah, I mean the current one is boring, but I also understand it. In the current realm of portfolios, I feel like most people are going into that minimalistic thing. The thing with Rono now is that he doesn't need a wild portfolio like he used to. Like I don't necessarily need a portfolio that wows people when they go into my portfolio, because it's like, well, I've been working for so long and I've been working with brands that are so big officially that it's like, well, yeah, like the work speaks for itself, and therefore I don't need to prove myself. Um, but you know, this one, uh, the 2023 is good. I think the God damn it, I think the 3D one, the car, is the best option. But you know, this one is really cool. And then this thing at the bottom has been copied by so many designers as well that you know, it makes sense. Makes sense. But you know, we like the concept nonetheless, of everything that has been created in there, and it's as fun. But everything is just like minimalistic nowadays. So needs to be. Um, we'll take a look. So yeah, going back to what we were discussing in the beginning, uh, I think AI image generation and AI video generation is kind of bad, but it has reached a point where it is kind of in your face all day and you don't even notice it anyways. And it is scary how good it is. The one that we have saved from some weeks ago, some months ago, I don't know if I have it here now because it's been a bit, um, is a crazy thing. God damn it, I didn't see the French. So we're gonna French a bit. This AI generation of the video, or can I find this thing? I don't think I will be able to find the thing in question because it is from a bit ago. God damn it. Is like you don't know that it is AI generated anymore, and it's kind of sad. So you will be using AI generated images without you knowing that they are AI generated images in the long term anyways. And this is you can do your best to not do so, But I mean, I guess this one is a pretty good presentation as well, even though it's not the thing that I'm looking for, anyways, on this one. Um, but yes, it is in between these two, and I don't think I have saved it, so we're gonna go through that, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. So, not this one. um, this one is not AI generated, but it is AI generated. So it's a Gaussian splat of a video that has been filmed and then it is recreated in 3D. It hasn't been filmed in 3D officially. I don't know if it's a demo video, so obviously you don't really have the ability to ensure that it is like absolutely true, not filmed in 3D in the first place. But based on what they have said, this is something that has been regenerated post video. So the video was flat in the first place, and then you can walk around it. This is crazy. That's the first thing. The second one that we have is this one. We've been talking about it for a long time. If you look at these two videos, they are both absolutely 100% AI generated. Now, when you look at it as in your feed, you would not have a clue that it is AI generated if you just don't pay attention. If you pay attention, yes, you will probably see some of the details, some of the things that are just kind of breaking in the continuity within the video itself. But it is crazy. And no, Stony, I won't do that. I won't do that. So there is this thing where, as mentioned, you will probably at some point use something that has been AI generated without you being able to say, "Oh yeah, this has been AI generated," just because you can't tell the difference anymore. And I'm not saying, well, if I don't have a way to know, why would I not do that now? I still take the stand of not using AI generated images and or videos anyways. But there will be a point where you're like, well, I don't know what's real anymore, so it's fine. It's fine. It's like, well, fuck it, basically. Um, but Unsplash is free, kind of. Stock images are free. Photoshop is a learning curve, but it's also one of the best things that you can invest in if you want. You can get it for free legally. Sorry, legally on the internet from Russian. And it works, and you can do things with it. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. So I would highly recommend you to go through like Photoshop stuff and tutorials and creation on your own, because it is way more fun for you as the creator to output something that just like has been created by you. Like lately, a lot of AI generation images are looking or attempting to look like things like this. This one isn't, because Radish is just like creating and illustrating for the past few years. So I know that this is not AI generated for sure. But a lot of AI generation right now are attempting to like duplicate that style, and they are failing in some departments, but most of it is kind of looking the same. And if you take the time in recreating these, you know, um, it's fun. It's a fun time for you. And then when people see it, for now, they will say, "Oh yeah, I can see that this is like human made," and that's potentially what matters. I don't know. Um, I also, yes, the data heavy website. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. For the last comment of canceling your Adobe subscription, you should never just cancel. You should say that you are about to cancel and then go to the last step. And Adobe is so much willing to give you 3 months for free that you can just say, "Oh yeah, cool. Let me stay for 3 months," and then at 2.5 months, go back in the same process and then cancel the subscription. But because you are in a 3 months, then you don't have to pay anything. There is no outstanding fee. So that's really cool. And then, so you cancel for free. And then in some months, they will send you an email that says, come back, please come back. We'll give you the first 3 months for free. So you get 3 months for free again. And then at 2.5 months, you cancel again. And they give you 3 months for free again. Uh, they just want you as a user. So yeah, you can do that for months at a time. Um, but yeah, nonetheless, all that in there. I feel like I missed something. 1 second. Um, yeah. uh, there is a website that is called Just Cancel, or Should I Cancel? I forgot. There is a website that is, I think, called Just Cancel or Should I Cancel My Subscription? And it's basically listing the benefits that the platforms are going to give you if you go through the process. And most of the time, it's just if you cancel, they will send you an email to get you back, and you can get like a 30%, 75% discount in some brands. So it's a good thing. Mars, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Nonetheless. Oh no, I closed it. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Force of habit on this one. So yeah, other than that, I think I think going to Unsplash is gonna be the good thing. Like this shit is very close to what has been generated by AI in some other things. Um, and you can create some very, you know, different thing. I don't know anymore if these are true photographs, if these are AI generated. The fact that all of them are paid is probably one of the things that would make me say, well, maybe they are AI generated and they just didn't want to, tell me. Or in the other way around, they are 3D rendering and they just are kind of bad at 3D rendering things. But it's an option. So yeah, I would go through that. I would go through that. You're saying analytics. There. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Lord Driver, welcome on it. Was it so hot already? It's crazy. That's crazy. Um. Hmm. Hmm. That's interesting. I can't zoom in. That pissed me off though. I can't pinch and zoom in the interface, which is like only on things that are static, but things that are not static are just like not pinch and zoomable, which is wild. You think things are clickable? I don't. I can't click. I can't click. Um, this is big, big ass green. Oh, you mean that? Oh, that's... I see. Oh, that's bad. That is bad. Holy shit. Okay, cool. Okay, we'll see what we can do on that. We'll see what we can do on that. Are you just gonna make it? Congrats. See? Both of you. Goddamn. Goddamn. Congrats on landing. That was yeah. What? Am I missing the target? Yeah, for sure, for sure. I've done that. I've talked about it before. I know that um, I created a skill that creates old website, so that we can take a look at them in class, and then I can teach people or have them like generate a website and then fix it. So that was the plan, to ensure that like new designers would be able to recognize like, okay, these are very much like 1900s 1990 2000-ish websites, and if you know exactly how to transform this, why that is better, why it's not better, and so on, it makes more sense. And then I know that we have made other skills, but obviously this shit is just absolutely broken. So yeah, I have like another one that also creates some weird skills things, which is neat. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is the type of shit that I would love to see people update and see what they do with it. And most importantly, see like the page speed and lighthouse score and see how good it is. Because I mean, it's, to me, it looks like something that is from the time where we all had 19-inch monitors. But also, goddamn, Manu, welcome on in. How are you? Have you been? Welcome back. Goddamn. Holy shit. So, yeah. You missed me? I appreciate that. Welcome back. Are we still? Are you just gonna not make it again? God damn. God damn. So sad. Yeah, it was. You missed it. Ah, you could. Oh, goddamn. This one was good. Feels, are you gonna be more in the center? Nah. Nah. So sad. So close though. but so sad. God damn. God damn. Impressive today. Impressive today. I don't know. I don't know. I just yeah. I'm not making it either. I haven't landed once today, which is fine. Which is fine. Anyways, so with that in mind, nonetheless, Stony, I do feel like this is cool. It will stand out like crazy on the home screen if that's a thing, but very important, based on the fact that the app is currently a Canva, the somehow the app is going to be rejected by Apple if you wanted to have it as an app for the Mac or an app for your iPhone. It would be rejected because of how it is built, and it is something that can go through a full update without needing to go through the Apple review process. If it's a true native iOS app, then yes, good. But yeah, it does not. I think if we remove that as a goddamn it, as a base system, why is this bitch always doing this? This is pissing me off every time. That's a crazy thing. That is supposed to be a grid, and now it's not gridding as it's supposed to be. This pissed me off. Anyways, if I remove this, and I place that like somewhere here, it doesn't stand out a lot more than the rest, but it still stand out a bit more than like the health app. It's kind of close to the map, and therefore the colors are competing with each other. But yeah, it's not like the most compelling switch and like color shift and so on. So getting that would make it stand out a bit more because of like it's the same vibe. Getting this one is interesting as well, but it's not necessarily like the best of options. Yeah. I mean, that's why these ones are like an option as well for me, because it's like easier to scan. But then the green one are obviously like my favorite because, well, not a lot of apps are green or acid green like these. So it makes sense. But yeah. It's a subtle one. I like both. What? Again, this is just like experimental for now. Also, as mentioned prior, nothing stops us for having the app icon itself be the white one, and then this is used on a branding level on the landing page, on the inside of the app, maybe in the splash screen, it starts like this and then it gets the stripes on top. Like that's these are types of animation that can happen that are pretty easy to do and that could work. So, you know, it's it's a for later thing. Right now, we don't really care. It it exists, and that's all that matters, at least for me. So the other thing that I wanted to do is this. I want to see what it looks like if we change the texture to 1, change the value to 40, and then weirdly enough, they look very much similar to them, both of these. That's interesting. Yes. The old cartoon thing, yes. 226. This is an inspiration from Into the Spider-Verse, first of its name, which I think we have not there. There? Yeah. Basically, it is part of the research that we've done on that client project, and I think it is one of these two. Yeah, this one. So that's the initial background that we used, and then created like found like an alternative background for this, and then created an alternative version of that background with the same vibe as these. That was the plan, and then making it like less or more colored here and there. But there are some things like the splatter that I do like as a whole. That could make things a bit better. But yeah. The initial one, no. The second one, yes. Basically, the ones that are lower intensity, like these two, are based on the first one that is a derivative of the original one, which I don't know exactly where I found it, but I found it somewhere. And they are all named ChatGPT images apparently now. Which is crazy. But yeah, basically same vibe, same IDs. Same things. Kate, what calling? How are you? Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. Let me get that. Yeah, it's gonna be complicated. It's gonna be complicated. I don't know. Yeah. A lot of people were happy that you didn't win. That's what I know. That's what I know. Um, might make it a bit easier to read. Um, it was pretty impressive to see the run, though. I mean, obviously, but like, yeah. I have a bit of an issue. We're gonna talk sports for what, like 1 minute, just because. Um, I have a bit of an issue with this system of sports, where it's just you versus you, one win, and you go up, and then you versus you, one win, and you go up, and then it's you versus you, and one win, and so on. Because I feel like maybe you versus you won, but you versus you would have lost. And in the beginning, I would say, but that's like me. I would say you go through this versus this one versus this one versus this one. Like at very much everyone is in a competition, and therefore it's just like a full wheel. Um, or like ensuring that everyone in the entirety of the game is gonna have at least like an opposite thing, and it would make so much more sense if like that one is going to compete versus this and this and this, like basically just ensuring that you have a match against all of these, and then only then do you move on to something else. But yeah, Techie, work on it. How are you? How's the day going? Um, what do you mean? It's fine. It's fine. It's perfect. Look at it. Perfect. Perfect. But yeah, like that would make so much more sense in a tournament for me to let everyone go through the exact same system, and then like let's say um like someone else is playing and then it plays with everyone or against everyone, and then someone else is playing and so on, and you end up with like a magnificent sacred geometry thing. And now like who's the best on this thing, like how much matches you've won in total. Like if you've lost all of your matches except one, then you are disqualified and you go into the next one, and so on. Well, not really, but yeah. And it's a real world tournament, because right now it's just like 2 versus 2, and if you get matched with something or someone that is like really better than you, then it just doesn't work. Gas face, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Also, Deki, why are you fucking doing the color system again? I, I just, I just thought about that for 1 second. Why? Why? Why would you? I don't think it would be eternal, but I can see how it could be perceived as eternal. But yeah. The Kyoto redesign again? God damn. You need to stop redesigning the colors. You need to redesign the content, not the colors. Your colors are good. So good I stole them. Right there. God damn it. Right there. So good I stole them. I get it. I get it. This could work. Maybe. Maybe this can work. If I dip this at 60%, maybe? Yeah, I guess 60% or 80% is going to be okay. I guess 60 is going to be fun for this, for the sake of presentation. But yeah. And because of that, if I glassify it with the simple like backdrop blur, with enough blur in there, I'm getting basically the same effect that I had right here, which seems to kind of works because it has that gradient of red in the background that I had to go with a gradient of green in the background. But by having it as an automated background blur system, then we end up with a proper, we don't have to think about it too much. And same thing on this. So if I go with black at 60, and then the same effects with the backdrop blur at 16, right? That's the 11. Let's do 16. Then we have an automated thing, and that means that it will
Ronan the
always
Wise is now
take the
following.
the correct color. So that might work. That might work. Ronin, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. Get the. I know you know, but make sure that that is the system that you use, please, please. I know the text is way too small, but you want to ensure that like your highest level of things get the same level of luminance. So the thing that we have talked about in the past is that in the scale of your light mode to dark mode, which usually is going to be something that looks like this, with like dark mode being like somewhere around here, I will do that and do 3, somewhere around 50%. It's going to be a bit better. Your light mode is going to be somewhere here. And what you want to do in your dark mode is not invert it, was just shift it. Like that's the thing. So the darkest thing before is still the darkest thing after you're shifting light to dark. So if you invert, it doesn't work. The only thing that works in inversion is text. That's the only thing that you can approve for full inversion, because it needs to be readable anyways. But yeah. So yeah, that shift is the most important thing. And if you get your tokens and your thing in OKLCH or in HSL by default, you can then just shift the lightness value and keep the lightness overall value of things by just shifting everything by, like, I don't know, 40 points of lightness down, or 40 points of lightness up, and then get the output that you want for your themes. Might be good. Might be good. Anywho, let me attempt this here. It doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Is it because I need to make it plus darker? I think that's the thing. Yeah. If I make it plus darker, we're gonna have the correct transition for going into the system underneath. So let me check this on the full. Plus darker is not giving us the transition. That's bad. That is bad. We don't like this. Oh, that's an interesting thing. I can't make it an overlay. This is not gonna work. I can't make it multiply because it doesn't blur. I can only make it blur with normal. Maybe if I make the colors themselves in plus darker, am I gonna go through? Is that going to go through? It does. It seems to be going through. That seems to be better. Cool. Let me change that. Let me see. Damn. Wrong one. That kind of works. It kind of works. It's not the best, but it kind of works. So it has like a bit of a two-centered transition zone, which is why I don't like it. But it's working. Can I can't do that. I can't do that. Yeah, I don't know pencil color. Let me check that. This is not. If I can type, that would be appreciated. This looks very similar to someone else's plugin that I know. Yeah, it's a bit of a copy of something that already exists with another name, which is fine, but yeah. Can I do that? I can't do that, god damn it. Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. It gives us like a lot of information in the positioning. Basically the thing that I have here with the lightness proportion is what I was saying a second ago. I think my theme needs to be shifted further toward the light mode or the light, and then the dark mode needs to go the other way around. So yeah, that's that's interesting. It could work. It could work. I It looks like Super Palette, not gonna lie. This is very much similar. I love Super Palette because obviously um I have steak in it. That's not true. But uh obviously I have resetted Figma, and therefore this is not gonna go through. Um I should be tied to my Figma account anyways. But yeah, no, there are things in there that could work, that could be good. But we don't really have like an OKLCH process thing, so yeah. Every single tooltips decided to just show up today. Like that's what it is. We just have tooltips today. I'm gonna need to send a message to the dev. That's what's gonna happen. God dang, that's crazy. That's crazy. What happened? What happened? It was not like it was not that bad before. I'm gonna complain. Cool. So color pencil then. Pencil color is the way to go, I guess. I guess. Also, Stony, this is not making any sense. 12,000 test is way too much. Way too much. Also, why am I so hot? That's the reason. That's the reason. Ah. It is enough. It is enough. I think you've done so much so fast. That's so bad. That's just gonna give you so much shit to refactor in the long term. I don't know if it's a good idea. You know what? Fine. Fine. Let me go get something to drink. 1 second. Yeah, but that's the encoder. It's a bit of a different thing. Like I understand that the encoder being 5K. I mean, I'm not on the team test everything. So, you know, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. What I see here is the user point of view, where this is a lot. Like this is a lot of sub pages and content that I'm probably never gonna touch, and that are like in the way, kinda, not really, but kinda in the way of me using the app on a daily basis. Just because it's just like it's so complex. And in the beginning, it makes sense to have things here for testing purposes so that you can check like where you are, what you do, how are things, and so on. But in reality, you need to focus on what the user would want. And so, again, as always, because Stream Element is the official competitor, I would say, when I arrive here, I get my dashboard with what is currently happening, what is not happening, and so on. And that's it, which is good. You have something similar. And then I have other stuff like the activity feed. I have the revenue history, if that's the thing that is like, um, in there, which we appreciate. But it is simplified. And yeah, this is not like, what I'm saying is that it's not going to be a visually pleasing issue. It's going to be a functionality, usability issue, which is a lot more work than just restyling the page. Because restyling the page is fine, but like if I have to restyle the page for 50 page, and this is a different type of work. And specifically, it's like moving pages around and removing pages around, which is important. Nonetheless, back to this. If we take this as a starting point, and we say that this is a potential branding ID here and there, I could see some effects here and there being used. So maybe something like maybe something like this could work. Let me check. So if I have this, let's just do one. Let's make it a brush type. And then let's make sure that this thing is like, I don't know, 24. So it's kind of fat. And then that brush type, do we have another one that could be, maybe this one is a good option. Damn. Personally, don't create separate color tokens for light and dark mode, or just have range of shades ranging from 50 to 950 and map them to semantic themes. This is value so light Canva 200, while the dark mode, yeah, that's a full inverted, which is not good. But yeah, I get it. We used that as well in the long time ago. But what it does is that you end up with things that just lose their hierarchy of information. So I don't remember exactly what it is. This is easier to read here compared to my old chat on my end. Can I find it? I can find it. Maybe. Ah, it's dead now. Is it dead now? It's not dead now. In the refactoring UI book, there have been a lot of things and a lot of explanation of why this thing was color, and changes for light mode to dark mode. Switch just doesn't make sense. Basically, the simplicity of perception is if you have an app that looks like this, in light mode, your perception is that this panel, which is white, is the most important thing right there. And then the second important thing in that view is going to be that selection because it's highlighted. In your background, you have a bit of an opposite thing, which technically this thing should be lighter and not darker, but that's just like a me issue in order to have like contrast ratio with the background. But it basically emphasized the fact that this is highlighted, it's on top of everything. If I moved with your system of saying that this is like the 50, and then you get your Therefore, 950 in dark mode, this is going to be the darkest thing in the view. Whereas in reality, what you want to have is still the emphasis on the visual of the card in question. So you want to make sure that this thing is still the lightest element in the page, that your background is still your darkest element in the page compared to the rest. So right now, like you have, this was the darkest and this was the lightest, and now this was the darkest, this is the lightest. So it still has the hierarchy of levels, and the idea is this: anything that is close to the user is going to be the lightest element. So the most elevated thing is going to be lightest because it's closer to the user, and the user is the source of light. This is very biblical. But that's the point. So you want to ensure that in your UI, the closest to you is lightest all the times. Then you go in decremental in lightness with an inversion, which is what you have mentioned, going from 200 to 800, for example. You have like a full switch, meaning that what would happen for you is that this thing, if I do that, I think I can. If I go with my primitive light, this is not going to work. Let me see. Can I do primitive dark mode here? Yeah, if I do this, for example, it highlights. Actually, I haven't done that on this one. This makes no sense. It highlights the fact that my background is more important than my content, and that's a true. That is a true inversion, which is not good. So that's why earlier I said you should have your range and shift your range on the side to achieve the dark mode or achieve the light mode and not something else. And using tokens is pretty good with saying that this is going to be my main surface, and therefore it's going to be main surface in light mode and main surface in dark mode and so on. But yeah, it's just yeah. Kane, what do you mean what happens in dark mode? What do you mean by that? I see. Well, I have done that with Stony in the past, which is annoying, by the way. But I have mentioned and proposed, which didn't work, a system where your z-index is containing your elevation values, and your z-index is defining the colors of the platform surface in which you are. So if, for example, you get a model, a pop-up, something that needs to be higher than your current highest floor, then everything else is going down. And your pop-up is going to get your max index, and all of the other colors background are going to darken automatically because there is something on top of it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to organize and set up properly, but it's a fun system to work with. But it's a pain in the ass to make. Not gonna lie on this. Not gonna lie. But yeah. Let me... Oh, this looks like shit, though. Let me see if I can do that. So, if I have this with that, and this is a mask, and then that is a component. And then this is going to be really bad, but we're going to attempt. Attempt is going to be fine. We're going to attempt that this is on true, and this is on false. And that's just going to be my hover. I don't think this is going to work in the way that I want it to work, but you know, whatever. And then if I get, this is gonna be bad. If I get this, and then I get that there as a floating thing. Do you want to send me a screenshot of the things, Techie? That's an option, as always. You know, we can take a look at it if you want to. I'm just gonna do 3 for the sake of now because it's gonna piss me off otherwise. And then let's do that. Let's create a hover effect. And in said hover effect, we want these 3 things to be switched to hover state. And then we want a prototype that just says that on hover, we navigate to this while hovering with a smart animate, I guess. And we'll see if it just works. We'll see if it just works. Yeah, basically, yeah. It's like z index minus n. It could. It could be a thing if we make it a bit more realistic, interesting, more fun. It could be a thing. In the landing page, for example, to have like some of the colors of options happens. What? Yeah, always. We love the red. We love the red. It makes more sense. Makes more sense. Nonetheless, could be fun there. I still do like this thing. It needs somehow the variations of the hover and so on. Which I don't know if I want to do, to be honest. So this one is useless. Which one? These ones or these ones? The other side. It's a combination of 1B and 2-2. So these ones are like 19, which is technically supposed to be 2, and this one is 1F, which is supposed to be 1B, to be just a bit darker in the borders. But yeah, they are like a combination of things like these. Tiny, simple, easy to work with. At least easy to work with. And then the grays that are here are blue based that Nishit proposed last week. We ended up with like that gradient from white to kind of blue based gray. It's a nice thing. It's a nice detail. We like it. We like it. So these fonts are gonna go away. And then you're gonna do dark mode first, right, Stoney? That seems like a common behavior for you. I don't think you would go anywhere else anyways. So let's go with componentize on this. This is gonna be my input fields. The label is always gonna be here anyways. There might be some options in there, but that's gonna be okay. That's my input itself. I don't know if I want to do a split. I mean, it could make sense, but still dev, I see. I see. It's fine. And that input is supposed to take this, but with it, we'll see. Anyways, so that on hover. So that's my default. That's my state. On hover, I kind of want to have my background to grow to like probably 2 because it needs to be a bit lighter overall. And this one needs to be lighter as well. We just want to get probably 22. 22 makes sense. Have a good time at work. I hope you're paid double because you're taking the work of someone else. Or I hope you're getting a day off later in the week. Have a good time at work. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. So that's my hover. I want focus / active. Focus is gonna be fine. Focus is gonna be fine. Yeah, maybe. I need this to be bright. I feel like 40 in lightness is probably a good idea. Going in our 240 and potentially moving the needle a bit like at 4 to just get that highlighted color in there as our initial white is potentially not a bad option. For now, at least. But this thing here needs to move back to something that is darker than. I kind of feel like that background button at 19 should come back, just so that while you're typing, you have more contrast ratio, which is pretty good. But yeah. What do you mean you sign up, Mano? Sign up to what? And also, Teki, I just read your message about picking up the color that feels best to you. This is a good option, but also not everyone has your eyes, and therefore you might end up with some issues with readability here and there. So, yeah, not the best necessarily. Filled, which is basically just this instead, and then disable doesn't exist, so we're good. Accessibility wise, these ones are a bit too light. Specifically, this one is a bit too light, so can bump that up to 48/56% opacity for this the time being. Typing and filled are the same thing. There's just like the cursor is going to be in there. Like that's on hover, that's on click. That's filled. So everything is kind of working in there. For the filled, it's gonna be fine. That's gonna be fine. Badges are done. that is the next thing that I need to do, basically, in order to get the content to work. That's primary button and secondary buttons. I don't know if I want to combine them as a component. I also know that you probably would have somehow an icon on both sides, like one on the left and one on the right at times, that would make more sense. So maybe I'm doing that. I also need to bring in the icons that I want to use, because right now we don't have shit, and that's bad. Hmm. What do you mean it's removed from library? No. I'm gonna kill some people. It's gonna be fine. I like it, but I went overboard in my last input fields components to give you an ID. Let me zoom in a bit more. Yeah, I liked it. The main difference in between this one and the others is that this is the input base, so it's just the field itself, and then this is the input field component itself. So it contains the input as a whole, which has all the variations possible, and then it also has the potential variations of having the label on top and the helper underneath and so on. So yeah, Morton, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? So it's for me, it's kind of fun. I like them. They are easy to work with as soon as you have that system of understanding of how much variations and variety you need to have in your inputs. And this one specifically is made to be as complex as possible so that you have all of the options. Like, if you need something, it's just gonna work. And that was the plan. So again, because I've been doing that for a long time and having basically all of the variations possible in my head already, it makes things so much have a good scrum time. It makes things so much like easier for everything, because it's just like, well, yeah, that's the thing. It's I know everything that needs to be used in that component. So recreating like the basics of the four variations there makes a lot of sense. The only thing that I could see as an addition on this one is the ability to get an icon in front, either in front of the label or in front of the input within, and that's the only thing that we have. Yeah, no, Gasface has Scrum every day at 30 at that time. And not every, I mean, yes, every day, but like every stream. So yeah. uh, I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can do that easily. Ooh, that's bad. What the fuck do you mean Windows XP startup screen? I just read the fucking link. What do you mean? What do you mean? I need to do. Oh, by the way, Stony, this is a good experiment. I need to be able to click on fucking links in the chat, in there, for the sake of clicking on links. So yeah. Morton, no, I do hate the football. So yeah, it's not my job to make links clickable. This is feature based. That's a you thing. Why? 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 Why do you have that as an asset in the bot folder? God damn it. I do want to see it, yes. I want to see what you can come up with in 2 hours. That's always impressive and interesting. So we need a hover. We need a focused. That's bad. We need a press, which is going to be a pain in the ass. And we're probably going to need a loading and or disable. Disable feels like a simple thing, but I'm still going to be a loading as a base. I feel like that's going to be okay. It's going to be state still. I'm going to play on that after I click on the links. What? Why? Why? That looks similar to your first website. But this is cool. I like that. I wish I had done the same thing. I wish I had a website with the animation that I worked on, because god dang, that would help. Yeah. I mean, this works. There's nothing, there's nothing wrong about it. Like, it's all you need for showcasing motion. This one is really good. These is really cute. That one is a big one. We have seen the whole project, so this is a big thing. And then these teeny tiny motions there are really cool. So yeah, I mean, that's all you need. The scroll, however, is kind of shitty, though. I'm not gonna lie. If you're not like hovering the section, it scrolls, but it doesn't scroll well. That's a sad part. It might just be an arc thing. But that loader is cool. That thing is neat. I like it. I like it. It makes sense. Makes sense. I wish I had so much more. Animation stuff in my own website. Like, the only thing that I have for animation right now is motion that are within the landing page, and then that's about it. I think I have this right about here, which is a bit of a video recording of what I've done. Which is really funny, by the way. If you look at the way that Apple is opening Sheets, they have the corner radius that are corner radius at the bottom as well, even though the phone corner radius is there. But when you're recording the screen, the 4 pixels are in there, and therefore you can see through the corner, which makes no fucking sense. Anyways. But yeah, like that's the only thing that I have for motion design, I think, on the whole website, except potentially this, which is not motion design whatsoever. None whatsoever. I should. I should bring some. I should bring something in there. Not today, though. Not today. God damn this thing. It is good. I personally, I like the fact that that's not the one. I like uh, I like the fact that it's randomized. That you will never have the logo in the same spot. That it works on mobile. It works on the web. It's always going to be like kind of random, and I do like it here as well. I feel like these ones are also kind of cute. Same logo, same thing, same ID, same randomness, but yeah, I feel like this is cute. It's just it's kind of a disgusting blur. I'm not gonna lie, I don't. It's not the best option, but yeah, I still haven't changed the fucking text. I need to. I haven't had the time to work on this thing. I don't remember my material 2. I do remember material 1, which I think is superior in what it represents, not necessarily superior in design itself. But yeah, material 3 is a nice thing. Material 3 expressive is really good. Well, you know, different system. Do I scale? That's the question. Am I scaling things in or not? Really? I am already in Figma, bitch. Just do the thing. Oh my god. Sorry, it's still pissing me off. This is not. This is condensed. Why the fuck are you in condensed? Well, it's better than nothing, but that's also the reason, probably. Yeah, okay, cool. But this one is like 9%. And this one is currently at 3%, so let me put it at 0. It is much better. At least the sizes are roughly the same. And it's just like this one, if we want to match, we need to be at like 6% in kerning. So that's a wild thing. If I use, oh my god, I will kill people at Figma. If I use display, now we're good. Yes. Cool. Okay. Might have been a Figma issue then. Again, I'm gonna complain because I can, and because we are here looking at it. let's say I'm testing the San Francisco font, and I want to check between the rounded, the not rounded, and so on. When I click on the name, and you as Figma pre-fill the fucking field, do you think you need to show me the rest of the fonts that I have on my computer? Or do you think you need to bring me where the fuck I am supposed to be? Like, right there. At least, I mean, it used to send me exactly to where it needed to be in the list, and now it's not the case. Such a pain in the ass. Also, compact rounded is less compact than display. Or than rounded. That's wild. That's interesting. But cool, good to know. um, Good to know. Let me see. Is this good? No. Do I dip in? I feel like that would make sense to get like 90 and maybe like 50-ish in value, so that we have the blue at the top and the gray at the bottom, so that it's a subtle transition. However, we are in dark mode, and therefore the transition itself needs to be visible enough on slight hover. And with a light mode button like this, it might be better to have like a very striking transition on hover state rather than a subtle transition on hover state. I don't think going with a 2 points is gonna be a good idea, even though it could work. I think on click, we could have that. What? I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't know if I can do that, physically speaking. Open grouped. That doesn't speak to me right now. Let me bring back the variation. I feel like this on hover is gonna be, that's pretty good. On, it's got it too bright though, too blue. But so unfocused, it's gonna use the effects. If we have proper behavior, we want a drop shadow that's gonna have that color in question at 100%, probably somewhere around here, like 64, 72-ish in the values. 0% in blur, 0% in Y, and a spread of probably 4. I have a good charging laptop thing. And we're going to use that for now as a starting point. The pressed is the question that I have. Do I go with the full inversion of the button on click? And that gives us something that is kind of not so good. Or do I get just the colors, the color saturation bump, which is still going to like be strong? That's the plan. That's too much, though. But it's fun. uh, the other thing that I kind of want to do, though, is the transition in sizes, and I don't think I have the ability to do the changes and sizes changes on Figma. Like, I would love for the hover to be a bit growing at like 4 pixel on both sides, and maybe 4 pixel at the top, like basically growing from 4 on the entire thing, and then on click, I want it to condense by like 4 as well, but that's probably more something that I can do in CSS than I can in Figma, so might just keep that in mind instead. And then, oh my God, I hate this. Okay, cool. That's gonna be the loading state. Where the icon is gonna just be here. Just be here. I don't think that works. I don't think that works. It's simple enough to work, but it's just like won't work. Blah. Other focused. Rest. Same thing. Loading. This is not gonna work. I need to use the same. I need to use the same system that I've used here with the drop shadow instead. Otherwise, it's just not gonna work. And then for the light mode, I think we're gonna be in white instead, and probably with 64% opacity seems pretty good. That could work. On click. The more I play with the border, the more issue there will be in the future because of how CSS is just behaving with borders. So that's why I'm reluctant to use borders as a decorative thing that can evolve. Evolving its color is fine, but evolving its size isn't. So yeah, I still don't like the primary button. This is not working. color-wise, specifically if we keep that that ID on the app icon being kind of read as a base system. So these ones makes a lot more sense. And I might have to change that, but that's fine. Small details, small changes. The secondary are good for now. That makes sense. The primary just don't make sense. The input fields are okay. Technically, if we follow through with the same process, and 2E is the harvest state for these ones as well, that's a good thing. That means that we have basically the exact same system on these. So these ones being my input buttons, but also the action buttons that are not the primary buttons on the view. These may work as also Figma, please. I'm currently on a thing, and if I say rename, I want to go into the rename tab right there directly because oh my god. Why? I'm the same team as Jerome for this one. I think test is overrated. I don't think you should have tests. I know. I know. Um, I see. Yeah, I understand that. Do I agree with it? Not really. Um, no, not replace content. Of course not. Maybe. Maybe you can. Maybe that works. Maybe that works. Yeah. Maybe that works. These two could benefit from a pure white on selection. I have a feeling that the focused version should also benefit from pure white for selection and readability of things, and then that change in things. So, yeah. I've done some components. I'm not happy with these ones. Then we had a chat about Techie's motion portfolio, if you haven't seen that. Yeah, I don't like this. This is bad. This is bad. I feel like this makes more sense. But also, it just doesn't it won't work. It won't work if I do that. So I'm gonna go with this at 1 so that we keep the same thing, and then I'm gonna get this to get the proper color, 100%, and my element at 2. So we get a border of 3, visually 3, which is not good, but at least it's made with a shadow so that we won't have some layout shift, which is good. And that's the focus state. So it makes sense. So that my border is inside all the times. And it's always the same size. Cool. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense than what we had earlier. It's just a color change within it, which means that if I wanted to get a proper system on the entirety of the things, I kind of need to do the exact same thing on this and that. But I don't know if that makes sense. So maybe 1 point within. And then a spread of 2. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Small details that makes absolutely no difference, but it's just like system would be good. And that's all that matters at this point. So a spread of 2, that color here is going there at 100%. We'll still get like an official 3 pixel border selection, which is enough, but it doesn't shift the layout because the border is staying at 1 point for everything every time, no questions asked. I feel like this is pretty good. System-wise, as always, this is going to work. We kind of want to do the exact same thing here, and I know how this is unintuitive for Figma, but also it's kind of unintuitive for basically the code, but it works. So if we have a badge that is currently at 28 by 28 or 28 points in total, I kind of want to change this to have a stroke on the outside that is using the exact same color as the content. So currently 222, so that when we switch from a colored badge to a wired badge to a solid badge, nothing is going to shift in layout again, because we always have at least a border of 1 point all around to just be there. And so that's going to, in CSS, shift the size from 28 by 28 to 30 by 30, and it's going to be okay. And I'm going to complain about it, but it's going to be okay. Just as always, system behavior, ensuring that everything is just behaving as intended. This is good. We have the non-selected and the selected option. This is good. We have everything. There is no hover on tooltips. Other than that, the thing that would be necessary to do is going to be the elevation pitch, as mentioned earlier, from like surfaces and so on. So far in the app, we don't really have a lot of surfaces that go higher. We have one in, I think, the commands, like these things are elevated, but that's it. It's not like the greatest of elevation. anyways, and I don't think you have made any light mode changes, so I'm fine with keeping it in dark mode forever. I think that's gonna work. At least it's gonna be okay. Dang. I don't know. Oh, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? Welcome back. How's your day going? How was your weekend? Um, that's still a double click. This is crazy. It is 5 for you too. I see. I see we are in the same time zone. This is still pissing me off. So, I don't know if I want this to be stronger. You know what? I know I don't want this to be stronger. That's the truth. The easiest switch is to go with opacities. I don't know how though. Don't know if that makes sense. That's a good question. I think when I'm in control of what I'm doing, I'm pretty fine with it. I'm pretty fine with it. Also, we're supposed to be at 8 in big nudges, and now I'm nudging at 10 by 10, which makes no sense. No sense. I don't know. That's a good. You know what? That's a good question. I think what I was doing design for fun and not design for work. Design was fun and not pissing me off. And then I started learning shit, and now I have too much knowledge. And everything pissed me off because it just doesn't make any sense in the way that we have, as a collective, decided things. So it's just like things should be easier in their behavior and their implementation, and they are not, and therefore that is pissing me off. And yes, this is work. I do think that this would make so much more sense. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing that I have so much knowledge because I am better at what I do than what I started for sure. But it also, like, what pisses me off the most is the collective. Everyone said this is the way, and the way is not common sense. Or it is a regression compared to other thing. As I was mentioning earlier, we are currently on plus Jakarta as a font. Common sense in any other app and in any previous version of Figma, if I click on it, I'm going to be focusing on the plus Jakarta font within the list. Right now, it's only moving me up to the top of the list with as if I had written the name of the font in the field, which makes absolutely no sense. And that pisses me off because it used to work. It used to be like an instant thing where it focused me on the right thing directly, and now it's not the case. Like right here, I'm currently an extra bold, and therefore it's selecting extra bold, and it's the thing that is highlighted. If I go into regular, guess what? I'm on the correct things right away. Like that makes sense. This is the behavior that we are like kind of aware of and expecting from things. But for some fucking reason, Figma made an update that doesn't work. So, yeah. Mm. You mean the new thing that if you go up or down in some situations it gives you um the variables, and in other situations it gives you nothing? Yeah. Same thing. This is just common sense behavior. It's just like if you start typing uh white, for example, when you have variable that have names, then it goes to the correct variable, which is useful in some cases, but also the variable is overriding your clicks most of the times, when in sometimes you don't want the clicks, you want to be able to do something else. It's just like, it pisses me off. So, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, again, it's the collective. It's like, why did we decide to go in that direction? Like, why that became the norm is most of the time my question. It's like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that this became the norm. So, yeah, I don't know. That would be wild. That's not a good idea. That is not a good idea. However, getting my transitional thing here to be better matching with the red at like 92, 88% just on click. Sorry. Ah, congrats. 2 messages on, and then you're done. Ah. Going back to what I said at the beginning of the stream, I do think that Fable is going to go back to being available for everyone as soon as every single people that are on the regular plan, like the plan that I'm on, switch to Codex and be like, well, Codex is 23 a month, and we get all the models with no restrictions and resets and, you know, options to just extend things without having it to be paid. So I feel like maybe Anthropic is going to be like, well, we are losing customers, and therefore, you know, maybe. Yeah. That's also a thing that is a bit annoying from my point of view, is that the Sonnet 4.7, for example, is not something that is accessible anymore. Like, you can't get the older models that are like a bit better, or still were good. Like 4.6 was fine. Opus 4.7 was fine. 4.8 is better for sure, but for some tasks, sometimes you just want like 4.7 on high reasoning, and that it was good enough for what you were doing, and maybe, you know, that's what was needed, but no. Somehow no. So I don't know. No, the thing that I do like lately, and a lot of people have been talking about it and showcasing it, is the Kimi behavior. You probably have seen that, by the way, if you've been on the internet for the past 2 days. But Kimi has just said, we've received too much demands to like provide a good enough service, so we just stopped like registering and subscription as an option. Like, you can't subscribe, everything is sold out for a model, which is crazy. And we as Moonshot are doing everything that we can to get access to more compute so that we can get more users. But before we can do that, the plans are going to be sold out just because we can't provide enough compute for the demands. So instead of getting worse demands for most people, we're getting worst compute for most people. We're getting good compute for everyone that is already subscribed, and then the new subscriber needs to wait for more compute to be available for us. And I think this is it's a good behavior. And then yeah, like, that makes sense. The thing is, I don't, Nathan, I don't know. I don't think this is possible. I agree with you, but I don't think it is possible. Let me read that though. You know what? I think we would try the new models still. Like, it's the same thing that is kind of weird. Is like on Claude, you have access to Haiku, their first model ever. I have never heard anyone use it. I don't know why it's still there, but it's still there. You can still select it. But I would prefer get Sonnet 4.6 and Opus 4.7 instead, that are using less tokens and good enough for the thing that I'm trying to do, because it needs the reasoning, than having Haiku being there useless. Because like there is no, for coding, there is no use for them. So I don't know why it's still there. And then forcing me to try the new ones is fine, but it's like, don't you want me to get something that is like less demanding on your GPUs, as like as a lower paying tier? If you give me access to like lower demanding compute things, it's beneficial for you. But no, I don't know. So I do agree that local base is going to be the future of simple task. I don't think that coding agents and coding models are going to be local based. Now that I've seen the sizes of things, even in mix of experts like the MOEs and the other quantized things, they are too big to be running on anyone's machine. And unless, and I don't think this one is true, but unless the M7 Ultra has a 1.5 terabyte of RAM that is unified with the GPU and costs a car, basically 20K for sure. Even then, I don't think most people would be able to afford that amount of like RAM, unless they have done something where new SSD tech is used as RAM in a way that could work. But even then, but yeah, this is a rumor for 2029, so don't worry about it. But yeah. Yeah, that's also true. That they probably like change the models in order to get access to like, oh yeah, that old model is now freaking out because it doesn't have enough compute, so you need to go into the latest one. I get it. Well, I again, Apple, as we have been mentioning, the for the past 5 years, um, everyone have been saying Apple is losing the AI race, and it's just the thing that you have heard in the back of your head and so on. And then for the past two, people have been buying Mac Minis, Mac Studios, MacBook Pros because they have the best integrations of RAM and CPU and GPU into one single chip that gives them the ability to just run local models efficiently, and therefore some people have the ability to just like run things locally without having to have cloud and subscription and other things. And so Apple is basically winning the AI race because they are providing the hardware that is cheap enough, used to be, in order to run local models. And so the people that are like the enthusiasts are willing to just buy like a Mac Studio with the most amount of RAMs and the most expensive GPU in there to just run the things. And now that RAM is more expensive because of that, it's not as good. So they need something for the ultra enthusiast that would be just like, well, yeah, 1.5 terabyte of RAM is basically ensuring that I can run any size model, um, and sub agents and other thing at the same time and be cool and still be able to run other things on my computer and not have issues with it. So it is like winning the air race again on the hardware side. So yeah, um, at least for me. But yeah, the only other option, if I remember correctly, is the framework desktop, um, because it is the only computer uh, that has the Spark in it. Yeah. And it looks cool. I like it. But yeah, this is the only one that has the ability to run uh, the correct CPU right now that has 128 gigs of RAM and proper integration, like proper unified memory and so on. So not even unified on this one, but yeah, proper thing that is meant for AI, but that's the only one. And it is like not that expensive compared to a MacBook Pro or a Mac Studio. So yeah, if you already like have an SSD that is pretty good, then you can skip that. If you just want like a terabyte of things, just for the sake of having something, then you're good. You don't want secondary storage. Uh, the system can be like whatever the fuck you want. And then obviously you're gonna get Nocturus fans like this. Obviously. Obviously. um, but yeah, like that's the 4K for 128 gigs of RAM and a pretty good GPU, CPU things in there is okay. And that's the only option that we have right now that I'm aware of. Obviously, I'm not aware of everything, but that's the only option. The other thing with the price hike that Apple has just done, it's not worth it. As I've mentioned before, and I've made the presentation of the price differences in between when I buy my Mac in France and when I buy my Mac in Japan, there was a 2,000 bucks difference in pricing. Now it's down to like 1,000, but still, uh, it's not. That's the weird thing. Secondhand markets, it just not good for the MacBook Pros because someone that currently has 128 gigs of RAM on a M5 Max, for example, is not gonna sell their computer. Not right now. So kind of complicated. Um, and the framework is so new that I don't think you can find any on the secondhand markets right now. And again, even even an old gaming PC on the second hand, getting like 128 gigs of RAM is probably not going to be available. And if it is, it's probably going to be sold by someone that knows what they are selling and therefore is going to be price hiked like crazy just because how expensive RAM is. Like the thing that we had and talked about, like pre-build PCs and shit, about 6 months ago ish. If you went for a big gaming PC or workstation for 3Ds and so on, you basically had the ability to just buy the thing for like 2,000 bucks and then resell the RAM for 2,000 bucks. Roughly. Not really. But kind of like that was the thing that we had, and it's not necessarily the best option. But yeah. Look at that. Oh my god. Uh, but yeah, like 32 gigs of RAM right now is like 3,000 bucks. And if you wanted to bump this to something that is like more than 32, the only option is like 48. And that's not enough for any. Like the only thing that would run with this is Gemma, which is fine, but it's Gem. So yeah. I don't think it would be faster to buy a VPS or to rent a VPS, Kane. It would work, but the inference would be the same as if you were just using cloud. Like the VPS that you would need to rent needs to be like spec'd out so much that I feel like you're gonna pay 500 bucks a month, if not more. And at that price, well, you could have bought like a Mac Mini in 2 months, so not worth it. So yes, this is the only option that I know of. The framework desktop is the only thing that I know to compete with the MacBook Pros and the Mac Studios in terms of integrations. There is the Asus ProArt Spark that is supposed to come up soon-ish, I think. But yeah. Damn. Let's DigitalOcean whatever. Oh my god. Just fuck off. If you wanted to have, I guess inference machine is going to be a thing that you want to have. But I would love to have like the pricing for these, and obviously there's no pricing for these. Mizi, hi, welcome in. How are you? We've had a lot of lending today, so maybe today's the day. Maybe today's the day. Um, Damn, I missed it. You might still make it. Yeah. Damn, so sad. That was close. That was so close. I saw it go through. Networking doesn't mean anything. So basically, you would need something that is like droplet GPUs, which uh, is $2 per GPU hour. So it's $2 per hour. $2 per hour, right? um, if you get something like an NVIDIA AGX, which is okay, it's not the H100, which is fine, but still, it's $5 per hour. So this thing is gonna run all the time. And well, 24 hours a day. That's $100 a day. A bit more than that. Well, $100 a day in a month. $3,000 a month. At that point, after 2 months, I could buy a MacBook Pro with no issues. So, you know. And with this, I have the 12-month reserved price, which basically means that I think I need to pay on a 12-month basis. So I will reserve this price for 12 months. Then I'm paying this for 12 months upfront, probably. And yeah. So VPS is going to be way more expensive. And if you get one of these, which seems to be a bit more interesting, and you get like one GPU per droplet, so that's like $2 per hour, so it's $48 per day, roughly, for something that is pretty good, right? Not bad. You can't run everything in it, but you can run most of the things. You know, still $50 a day, roughly 48. So in 30 days, means that in 4 months I can buy a MacBook Pro instead of 2. So yeah, I don't think a VPS would be good enough, at least from my point of view and from DigitalOcean right now. These are not the best prices, but they are the prices that exist. So, you know, it's just it's a different thing. The thing is, I don't think companies like Anthropic and OpenAI have prices that are that outstanding for the market and for where they are. Meaning that when you have to pay US-based salaries, when you have to pay US-based rent for the offices and for other things, then the prices that we as consumer have to pay obviously are way higher than what the Chinese labs are providing, but it's not necessarily comparable because of how the prices are there. The electricity prices in China are and the fact that they now have their own homegrown GPUs, you know, like it's cheaper. But then again, if you go on to ZAI, um I think ZAI is the one that I have in my head, which is God damn it. I don't want to chat. I want the price. The GLM things in their API coding plans and so on, these ones are like very cheap, and based on what people have been saying, they are worth every penny because it's just like so much more interesting for what it provides. And then they also have like on-demand usage potentials where you just top up your usage instead of having a monthly bill. So that's a good thing. It's a good thing. We like it. So yeah, this one is ZAI is good. I know that the DeepSeek API is also pretty cheap. The obviously like Kimi is also cheap when it's available. Right now it's not. God damn it. I can't type. I can't type. I don't think we have pricing. But yeah, their pricing overall is just like so crazy cheap compared to the rest that yeah, I would rather get that. I'm subscribed for a year on Cursor and on Claude, so basically I need to wait at least a year before I can cancel the subscription. I mean, a bit less than a year, like 8 months before I can cancel the subscription and go to something else, but I'm probably going to do that. Like it makes so much more sense for me to move on to another lab provider just because they are good. And then again, these things are provided through their own cloud and their own things, and that is faster than if you run it locally. No, I can't. So I might explain that. I have explained that before, but I'm gonna explain it again. I have not on Claude, mostly on Cursor, but I have legacy subscriptions that kind of renew at a price that isn't the new price, that is the legacy prices. And therefore, if I cancel now and still at the end of my official 1 year, I say, you know what, let me stay there because you have made some changes that makes it more interesting, I would lose that benefit. So I always, when I have like a grandfathered in subscription system, I wait for the last months to see if I still use the system and if it is still worth it for me to just keep the thing. But yeah. Yeah, I can, but I would rather not lose potential benefits and price lock by just canceling today. So yeah. Why do you need the MCP connectivities in things? That's what I'm interested. Also, the other thing that I have showcased in the past that is, God damn it, that's the wrong thing. uh, Again, as I mentioned, I took a screenshot of this because I saw it and then it disappeared. I don't know where it is, but you can just connect your agent in Figma somehow. I don't know where it is, but it's just like whatever. And specifically when they are mentioning the fact that it's just like um, cursor as an agent is a pretty impressive thing. So yeah, that means that you don't need to run through the Figma AI tokens that are extremely expensive, and you can just run with the thing that you have access to, which is pretty good, which I'm also expecting them to be allowing later the LM Studio, like running AI locally. So yeah, I've only have heard good thing about Codex in the past few months, or technically in the past few weeks, but let's say months for the sake of the argument, because of Fable being available, not available, available, not available. Maybe we're gonna get away. Maybe we're gonna keep it. Maybe we're gonna throw it in the trash. Maybe it's not gonna be available, or you know what is not gonna be available, or it's available now. And because of all of that debacle and clowning that Anthropic has done, I've just heard good thing about Codex because it's just like, well, it's been stable. Like it's been there, it's been working, it's been stable, there has been no issues, no outage. The models are good. There might not be Anthropic level like quality for some of the code, but overall it's pretty good. So maybe just test it out. I don't know. But yeah, like that's good. The thing that I'm gonna highlight, um, I am not. The thing that is worth mentioning, is that these Soul 1, Soul 2, and Soul 3 have been Soul runs, and technically Might has was one of them. But like these three were just burning through tokens, but they have done massive amount of work in so little times that I'm kind of going in the direction of Soul is not that bad. It's pretty good overall. Um, and it was pretty fast. It was pretty good. It was not necessarily good for anything that was design related, but these three runs were performance enhancements, and therefore I didn't really need any of the design capabilities that Claude has. So that's the thing. But I would probably just, you know, go with Soul if I didn't already have the Anthropic subscription, and I could spend like the 23 a month slash the $200 for the year, uh, in one go. Like if I could do that, I would do that now. So yeah, um, yeah. I feel like that's the thing. Um, it's good. You don't have the 5 hours limit. You do also have the reset sessions or reset. limit. I think you have 5 of that for a month, which allow you to keep working if you want to, which is impressive. And in my eyes, this is based on the fact that OpenAI has access to Microsoft ish infrastructure that Anthropic doesn't have access to, obviously. I think. But yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting. But I might have to at some point because it looks more interesting and it seems to be more interesting. So, yeah. And yes, it is as always a for now, but it would be dumb of me to just not benefit from the for now availability of something that is easier and better. Um, you know. So, mm, mm. This one needs a componentized thing, but it needs to be split. That's the thing. I don't know if I like this as a split. But it could work. But yeah, going back to the running things locally, because that's what triggered the discussion, as always. I am all for running things locally. I've been mentioning and talking about it for the past few months now and attempting it to work on my own machine, and it's not there yet. Like, it's fine, but it's not cloud level. That's the thing. Yeah, Can I Run is good. We God damn it. Oh, you have the other one. That's not the one that I had in mind. Interesting. That's a new option. It's What Can I Run? That's the one that I have in stock because I feel like this is a bit better in terms of UI and also in terms of what you have in there. So it's just okay, cool. I have an M1 Max at 32 gigs of RAM, and therefore I can run Quenth 08, and that's it. So yeah, I guess these ones are good, like the Hermes agents that you have running in the background to hype you up on the work that you're doing. But that's it. Like it's not gonna be coding level ability, that is for sure. But it is going to be organization level ability, as in Qwen 3.5 running locally on a heartbeat that just check every, I don't know, 30 minutes, 3 hours, whatever, the status of my repo, and then check the commits that have happened, and then give me a log journal of what has happened, what were the changes, and why we did these changes. And so we have like a code log of what has happened that is just running locally. That's a good option. That's a good idea. It's work. It's simple. No need for the clouds. But for anything else, it's gonna be complex. And then also most of these don't have like tools, don't have yeah, web searches and so on. But then again, as I've mentioned in 2024, roughly 2025, but like 2024, um, the translation of can was done through a locally running LLM through PyTorch, just, because it was running, and just ran through every single sentences and did like a translation without having to pay for an API cost or anything. And then obviously the translation was not really good, but it was better than nothing. And it run locally in a day. And it's good. No, I haven't. I haven't. I have been thinking about it for the longest time since I've heard about it. Um, I I've been thinking about downloading the app and or installing the terminal thing, but it's just I haven't learned enough about it to know if it's something that I can use properly for now, because I don't have any understanding of what it does and what it can do. So it looks cool. It sounds good. I think it's just a harness for things, but yeah, I'm still gonna download the app though, for the sake of downloading the app. But yeah, no, I need to test it out. I need to make sure that the things is running. I need to update LM Studio and other things to really have the proper like models available to run this harness. But for in my let me know if my understanding is correct. Hermes is just a harness that is kind of like Pi in the sense that it is customizable to your liking and that you can make it do things based on what you want, and that's it. And so you have like the flexibility of you built your own compared to Claude Code and or Codex CLI and so on, which you can't really customize the system prompt that is going in it. That's my understanding of Hermes agents as a whole. But yeah, that is not a benefit for me because I don't have Telegram or WhatsApp. Welcome back, Nishi. How are you? How was the AFK thing? Which again, yeah, and that's probably the reason why you are building things through your phone. And I'm not. But yeah, no, I'm not really like interested in using my phone for the coding just yet. Um, and therefore I don't see this as a benefit. But yeah, like Pi and Hermes are the same to me. They are kind of the same thing where I'm like, I understand, but I don't understand. And because I don't understand it, I don't have any appeal to it. And most of what I've seen is it's for devs, like deep in the CLI devs, and they are optimizing and customizing their CLI. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about the CLI experience. I just want to be able to type and paste images, and that's it. I don't care. I don't have any preferences. So that is the thing. The other thing, which is basically what you have said, using it more as an assistant. I have been thinking about this since I've heard about it. I mean, basically since I've heard of OpenClaw in the first versions. I do not understand, nor do I have the brain power to figure out exactly what I would be able to use it for. Like, there is nothing that I need an assistant for that I can think of, other than potentially fetching the likes from the previous day. And that's the only thing. Like, that's the only thing that I have in my assistant behavior type of thing, of go through all of my likes and on Twitter, on Threads, on other platforms, and extract the links of the thing that I have liked that contains an image or video or a GIF or whatever, like any media. But that's it. Like, that's the only level of like assistant things. Cutie, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? How was your weekend? That I can think of that is like, I already have it set up in Zoho Computer, which is kind of an agentic things, but not really. And that's it. And I don't know what else I could make it do. Other potentially create some automation for um, perfume update things. Like, we have noticed that X amount of perfumes have just been released, and that's just like every day it's scrolling through Google for new releases, or through specific websites that are getting like new releases of perfumes, but that's about it. So I don't know. Um, 7 streaks. Congrats on that. you're you're closing the gap with Stony. That's impressive. Um, yeah. Ups and downs. Well, it happens. I hope it was just stairs or mountains, depending. If you just were hiking, then yeah, ups and downs. But yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't see, and I hope I'm just blind to the tech, and that's good. But I don't see any benefits right now, and I don't see any usage other than the thing that I'm already doing. And even if I had a job, because that's also a very important point, if I had a day job that was requiring me to go through things on a daily basis and check with the team what was happening, what has happened, and so on, I don't think the agent would be good enough and or useful enough to provide like a recap of what happens, because it is spread across a team of multiple people that might not have access to the agents. It just has access to my computer or my own like device. So I don't know. It's just it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. I'm happy to hear that you feel better today. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. Um, if this is something that happened every Sunday, maybe it's just like it's a Sunday thing, and therefore you will know that it's a Sunday thing. If that's not the case, if it was just this Sunday, then good. It was just this Sunday. Take it in the positive note. But yeah, no, I don't know. I've been thinking about it, and again, it just like doesn't make any sense, and maybe it's just like I don't need an assistant. Maybe I don't work enough to need an assistant, in which case that might be the case as well. Just I don't do enough for it to be like useful enough. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Been thinking about it, ensuring that we have something that just like could be an assistant, could be a task that is done by something else than me. But yeah, no, I don't understand. And then again, by the thing that you said of you can run your codecs in this and so on, it still means that I need some sort of a um, codec subscription or Claude subscription. I mean, Claude will probably piss me off because of how annoying they are with other harnesses, but I still need something that would be like an additional subscription that would cost me money and so on. And that is what I would love to avoid. So I could only get it to work with like a locally running Qwen 3.5, for example, in which case it could only do some specific type of tasks that are not necessarily the thing that I would go to an AI model slash agent to do. Probably go through um, uh, like, I don't know, manual editing of things. Damn, both of them exactly the same trajectory and closeness to the target, Mizi. This is sad. This is sad. Schizophrenic. What on it? How are you? Schizophrenic, not sky, ski. How was your weekend? Are you just gonna miss the target as well? Yeah. God damn. Everyone's missing the target today. That's just wild. It's just wild. We've had a period of two things where almost everyone was dropping, and then now it's done. Now no more dropping. Gas face will come back. Did you just come back from the fucking scrum? Yeah. God damn. That's a long time. So yeah, I don't know. And canceling, as I mentioned earlier, canceling Claude is not necessarily an option right now. It would be at some point, but right now that's not the option that I have. Um, but yeah, like I don't know. And I've been trying, like I've been listening to other people on Twitter and other platforms that talk about how they have implemented some OpenClaw and other things that are doing work for them. And I'm like, what do you make the thing do? Because it doesn't seem to be stable enough and safe enough and good enough to do any task that it would need to do. And I don't know. I'm just perplexed, unsure. But I'm probably just wrong, and I just miss some things. So it's I guess this is where we are. I guess this is where we are. Visa, you are from Spain? I see. I see. I see. I see. This is the worst implementation or organization that I could have done on this thing. Let me just do a better job just for 1 second. Buttons are gonna be with buttons because that makes sense. Tooltips right there. Damn. I guess tooltips right here, maybe. Could work. This is not gonna stick. Should do that. Probably, yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, for sure. For sure. This is so bad. Don't do this. Don't do this. It's it's not good. It doesn't make any sense. Anyways, I still need to fucking do these buttons. I don't like them. I don't like them whatsoever. I don't like them whatsoever. Specifically the light button just doesn't make any sense. It needs to be there because this is the main button that we have currently in most of the pages. So anytime that we have main action, this is going to be the button that is used. So it needs to be visible and good enough. But that focus state is shit, and the highlight in red is shit as well. It should be taking the main color off the user, kinda, because it's going to be the theme. But I can't make the button itself be the color of the user. Like right now, I'm currently in purple, which makes absolutely no sense. I'm supposed to be in green, but it doesn't really matter. If I had like that button being purple, it would attract the eyes too much in perception, and therefore that is not good. And the reason why we are in top to bottom is because the initial one is top to bottom. It's like highlighted at the top and kind of darker at the bottom, so that if I did a cut, and I'm mechanical engineering, so that's the thing that I have in my head. If we had like the button cut on the side, this is the behavior that we would have, kind of like we want it to be curved like this, not really, but like curved like this in a proper circular path. So the top section up to the center is gonna be highlighted in lighter, and the bottom section is probably gonna be darker. But then on press, obviously, you go from here to here because you're pressing on it. Like bubble wraps, when you press on the bubble, it's concave. So then this becomes darker and this becomes lighter. So that's the reason. It's just the physics of this thing is enforcing that top to bottom transition because of the convex and concave uh, behavior of said button. These ones are flat, and therefore it makes sense. And this one is the same thing. So when you are on, you pressed it and you slide it in, so it's like concave. Whereas here, it's still lighter at the top because it's bump. So like that's the thing. Because right now I don't have icons. Like these icons are the only one that I have access to. For some reason, they say that it's been removed from my library, which is not the case, but it is the case. So I need to just create the icon pack, and I'm probably going to use either these ones if I want to. I don't know. I'm unsure. Or another pack. I don't know yet. We'll see. I need to go through what Stony has done so that I can check all of the currently used icons in this system to see if I have all of them. Obviously, right now, Stony is using my own icons, so we do have them, which is good. Specifically, as mentioned, the magnificent choice of integration icons. Good choice. Good choice. It's right about there. Perfect choice. We like it. We like it. I mean, it's integration. It integrates. All right. It goes in. It links up. Everything is fine. So that's the thing. I need to get the icons sorted, but before I can do that, I would rather have my system sorted. What I could do right now is the same thing that I've done here, which is basically have these as slots so that they can be changed. And yeah, Manbrave, welcome on in. How are you? You know what? Usage-based pricing would be so much more interesting for Twitch. It's like, I mean, not. Let me just say that again. Would be so much better for the streamers. For the streamers, um, like Tonton ID for the music. If the viewers were basically paying for their time with ads and shit, like if there is a viewer on an actual streams and watching the stream and interacting with the stream and so on, then that streamers get paid because eyeballs were there. Then yeah, it would be pretty interesting from a user point of view, because that way you get only people that are interested in the content that are getting or providing a payment, which is you know, really nice. I think I don't know. Depends. It depends. So yeah, what I don't like mainly is the border highlights. That's the first thing, but also the gradient thing. I feel like this is not good enough, and if I just invert it, it's not great because it's not strong enough here. So moving it down to like 94 is working, but it's such a subtle switch of color that yeah, the permission system is way better. In the admin. That thing? Yeah. Duh. That's kind of bad though. Um, I see. I don't think it matters. um, I think as long as the bot is aware of what you can do and can't do, then the bot itself has the permission in a way. So, yeah, I feel like that's, I think that's good enough. But, yeah. And now I'm green again. God damn. That is wild. That is wild. Also, sorry, I just saw something. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was a long ass pull. That was a long ass pull. Which is fine. It happens. Your rights decide if the request gets made my name or your name. It can be made in my name. It does that, and not when you use yours. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense. That's yeah, it does make sense. Let me see if I can do that. Let me see if I can do that instead. and then do that with black here and say that this is icon left. And then duplicating this and say that this is not icon left 2, but slot property is icon right. Yeah. Good job. And then that's just a bit of a change. These two are not properties, which is good. And then these, same thing. So let's get out. I hate this about the new Figma thing. This is so bad. These are slot, the call icon left. These are slot, call icon right. That seems pretty good. I just removed the fucking icon that I needed to keep. Oh my god. That's my bad. That is my bad. Ta-da! And now we have slots, meaning that now when you have, this is one of the newest features of Figma. When you have an element like this, you can then add a component from a library of something that you have. And it's just easier, simpler to get access to, and so on. It just makes sense. Damn. Damn. So for icons that don't change sizes, for example, here at 24 by 24, this is going to be good and simple to use. For anything else, it's going to be a bit more harder to do, but that way you get like a proper switchability thing. And I like it. I like it. The only thing that I don't like here is potentially the placements of things based on the button sizes. And we'll see what we can do with that. But like for now, you know, it's fine. It is fine. So we have, let's create a new text, call that label. We have that every time. Every time. Label is currently calling action, which is fine. Where's my label? These ones are supposed to be labels as well. Tooltip is my tooltip text. Yes, text is good. Text is good. I think there is a need for max width on this to make it make sense. But for now, I don't know. Um, Label is going to be there. That makes sense. I guess placeholder, but I also feel like this is not going to work. And then that button, which is currently at 41 compared to that button, which is at 52, is not necessarily going to work with it. So we'll see. Um, that's good. Um, that is good. How much has it been running from the start though? Uh, from over a year. That is pretty impressive. I guess since the last time that you asked me to just click on the link and it was just a Twitch login. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess the only thing that is kind of not necessarily working is the fact that Twitch doesn't have the memory of everything. Uh, I think it just keeps the past months-ish. So you may not have access to everything, but it's still, nonetheless, really cool. Yes, agreed. Agreed. I want that, but that's not gonna work. That is such a small detail. This is cool. This is done. This is done. This is done. This is working. This is done as well. This is gonna piss me off for the same reason as usual. This thing is good and bad at the same time. The fact that we are using the stroke as the selector is a good thing because that way you get something that is more, how can I say that? Easier to animate. I guess that's the thing. But because it's a fucking border, that also means that in CSS is probably going to be something that is border inner, like inset, and that is not good. It's just like it's not good. So it's the same thing. Even in Kotlin, I don't think you have the same behavior for the borders as Figma has. So it might have some issues. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. As always. I hope I'm wrong. This would make sense. This would help. Uh, any other base kit component that are necessary for this? Not really. Not really. I. Mm. Mm. uh, there was only I used it for like 2 months. I used Kotlin for 2 months, and it just it pissed me off in syntax form when coming from Swift UI because I've been used to Swift UI. That's probably the thing. So um reading it was just like not really good for me. And understanding what was happening in there was also like not really good. But in comparison to Swift, I don't like it. So yeah. It was mostly Claude writing it, but then still, as like the main difference that I have in between Kotlin and Swift UI is the fact that nowadays I can write my own code in Swift, no issues. As long as it's like visual code, there is almost no issues there. I have some syntax issues here and there when I don't necessarily know in what order things are supposed to go. But then Xcode is good enough to give me like what needs to go in what order, which is pretty useful. However, Kotlin, I just can't. It just things are not making any sense. And the point that I've been making for the longest time since I've been touching in Kotlin files, uh, at the top of a SwiftUI file, you have these imports. In 90% of your files, it's just going to be import SwiftUI. And that's it. Which, import everything that you need for the UI. In Kotlin, if you need a button, you need to import the button. If you need a color, you need to import the color. If you need a radius, you need to import the radius. If you need a fucking font, you need to import the font. On every single fucking file. And you could, create a sub file that is like system, and then you import system, and then it imports everything every time. But in that case, you will import things that you don't need in that specific file, which is a pain in the ass. Whereas here, for some fucking reason, I don't know, Swift is just clever enough to know that if I don't have any button in the view, it's not going to import the button because it doesn't need it. Good job. I don't know. It's just like there is some JavaScript / JetBrains in there in Kotlin that just makes no sense to me. So yeah, it's just a weird thing. It's to me it's so weird. But again, if you're just doing like Android, you're good. If you're just doing iOS, then SwiftUI is better. You're good. If you're doing both, like I did, you're not good. It's not good. It's not good. I hate it. And I was using Android Studio, which is the native shit. Obviously, it is not like the right content and so on. But, or the latest version, that's for sure. But yeah, like all of these. You need to import the layout box in your app? Really? On every file that needs it? You know that you have composable in your entire layout. You need composable as the fucking thing. And yes, these are like automated in a way, but it's just like this makes no sense to me. In my simplified designer brain, these have no business existing in any way, shape, or form. It's just like, god damn. And it like fucking 80, a bit less, 70 imports. Really? Oh my god. Anyways, that's my gripe with Kotlin. I hate it for that reason. That's it. The rest of the thing is pretty similar to SwiftUI, which is pretty good. The main difference is it is doing the modifier at the top rather than what we have in SwiftUI, which is at the bottom. But other than that, that's about it. The syntax is pretty similar, which I like, and the flexibility of it is pretty good. So yeah. But yeah, no, it's the same thing. It's just like the IDE is making it, but it doesn't make any sense. Like again, it's not as if the system could have like just import system, like import material UI, and then you're done, and you don't have to import anything else. It's just like it's done, like Kotlin UI, whatever. But goddamn, common sense in again coming from Swift, it's just easier for me to read the the content that is in there. If I go into like I don't know, maybe the something that is visual, can I do that? Can I just get the profile view, for example, because we are on the profile view? Um, like reading this syntax of in my body, I have a navigation stack, which is a global system based on Swift UI. So this is like obviously it's related. In there, I have a Z stack with some content, and then more content, more things, more V stack, more whatever. Syntax for me makes sense because it's what I've been living in for the past year and a half, I guess. And then, as I mentioned, your modifier in Kotlin at the top, you have like modifier tops, whereas in SwiftUI is just there. So it's just dot modifier on everything. And it is a different syntax, but it is easier to read for my brain. Not necessarily meaning that it is easier to read overall, but it's just like right now I'm used to it. But overall, it is simpler to grasp and understand when you just read these things because it's just like a simpler thing. Like the text right here is going to have or be made a title in medium font, in a serif font design, and then it is italicized. And these are the modifier. I could have done that in one single line, but it is just like easier to read them like this. But yeah, like that's the syntax is very much similar. Like Kotlin is, I do think, or Jetpack Compose specifically, very inspired by SwiftUI in a way. So yeah. But yeah, other than that, I think the language is fine. It's the same thing for me, so I don't mind it too much. It's just like the fucking imports and the lack of complexity that is. I mean, it's not even a lack of complexity. It's just like complexity that doesn't need to exist. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And JetBrain is paid, right? If I'm not mistaken. So that's also one of the reasons why I'm like, maybe not. Maybe not JetBrain Zing. I've been switching things, which yeah. I feel like that's fine. I don't like it. Still don't like it. Still don't like it. The thing that I wanted to do though is this, I think. Adding that as an icon left could be a good thing, but that implies in a way that my container here should have somehow somehow a 16 on this side as well. Yeah. It should be 15, but it's fine. Let me put that in white so that it's visible. We have a leading icon that is an option. That's okay. If we remove it, we're gonna have 1616 is gonna be kind of wrapped, which is okay as well. And then I think I need to have the system of visibility. So these things are going to have a variable on leading icon as true and trailing action as true as well. And then the last point is, do I have a label as a whole thing? So maybe you don't need the label. So has label is good. Do we need a helper text in some cases? Probably. Probably. Let's go to 6 on this. Let's duplicate that and put that without the has label. Add that to a new variable saying has helper. Change that content. Interesting. God damn it. I see my bank account getting debited. That is not the right variation, and that is our helper text. That is going to be in there. This is going to be roughly at 1612, probably in medium, probably in light. I guess regular at 60% opacity is going to be pretty okay for the hierarchy of information here. The only thing that I might do on this is the alignment is currently kind of forced a lot to the right side, so I don't know if I want to keep that, but why not? Why not? I might. Oh yeah, this is not gonna work. I might do that though. It might work. Might work. As I mentioned, the label could take an icon. And the output can take an icon as well. I don't want that though. So let me put that in there. Make sure that this is 20 by 20. Remove the appearance, add an appearance. Label icon is true. This is going to be like so, left aligned with a bit of delay. Cutie. Does it need to be here? No. I should have done that on everything. Label icon is going to be there. This is not. This is not the icon left to. This is label icon as an option. So cool. There. Good. Yeah. No, Cutie has been here for an hour, 2 hours now. I feel like. Yeah. Roughly an hour. Yeah. I don't like this. It's not scented. This is an issue with the icons. The only thing that would be in here, technically speaking, is going to be the info icon that is only on hover to get the tooltips, just to explain what the thing is. So I don't think this is necessary, but it's it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Um, it's fine. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. It's gonna be okay. I've seen better days, but it's fine. This is a good enough component so far. I need to change this with my helper. Can I fucking edit the thing? Is it not an option? I need to go there. Is that's what it is. My bad. My bad. The helper here, bitch. That's the text. So now let's organize shit properly. So we have the state, which is our first important things. Then we have the label. Then we have the icon label, which is supposed to be our next thing, which makes sense, right? We changed which is the label first, then the icon label. Then we decide if we have an icon on the leading icon, so that's the second thing here, followed by what icon do we want, followed by what we have as an action if there is an action. Then the as label is at the top, then the has helper is before the before the bitch before sorry, something is not working. That label icon visibility is there first, followed by that. Cool, I see. Has helper and then helper text. These two make sense. Has training actions make sense. Content makes sense. That's in order. I think everything is good on this one. Let me just test it out. So we have default state. I can hover it. I can default it. I can say that it has no icons in the label. I can say that it has no leading icons, which is good. No threading actions, but leading icons, that works. Helper text, no upper text. Good. Icon is default. We should be able to change that if we add like predefined things, which is good. But yeah, that's fine. I can change the label things. I think I need the text. No icon trailing, because the only icon trailing that would be needed is probably the drop-down icons, which I think I want to put inside of the buttons. That would be an icon button directly, so it's just easier for everything. But we'll see. But maybe there will be an icon trailing later. For now, none. Input text is gonna be our input text, I guess. I guess input text is gonna be yeah, for sure. So our input text is between the leading icons. Yeah, for sure. Input text can be value. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But yes, no, you're right. But it doesn't necessarily make sense in the in my head. In the brain of me, it doesn't make sense. So that's why I'm confused. This is bad. Okay, so my icon left is right there. Okay, so I have my input text right here and my icon left here. So I need this there. That's the plan, right? Icon so that we have the value underneath and then that. Cool. It's called value in HTML. Hmm. Yeah. I might just add a description to the property. Um, like value feels like it's going to be a numerical value for some reason. When it's not necessarily the case. So yeah. Which now means that these bitches uh, need to be at 42. That's what needs to happen here. Yeah. Damn. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Oh my god. Cool, done. And now that's gonna reduce is 10 plus 6, 16. We good. It's just this one feels kind of off, but it's not. But it does feels like it. This is a pretty good component. This is a pretty good component. I think we have something that is nice. Nice built, good enough content, good enough organization for the content that is here. Training action would have the component. Nope. Probably would have the component viability things underneath, which is not necessarily good. But the left icon, the label icon is here with its default format. The leading icon is there with the default format. The input text content is there, the value. The trailing icon is here. Everything is in order. So far, good. Uh, Not really. As always, I am combining things that are the same. So an input field is sometimes used as a descriptor, sometimes used in a form, sometimes used in other things that are not necessarily a form. For me, a form is something that contains multiple input fields and all selectors. And for this, the action is going to be the decisive factor of things. So if for some reason we don't have it here, but if for some reason we had like a select instead, it means that this button would be transformed into the icon only thing, which we don't have just yet, but like this one with the two chevrons up and down to open it. If it was just a combo box or something else, it would be just a single chevron and whatever. But the action for like a search input, it's still an input element that just doesn't have um, a label or a helper, and it just have this button as the search um, like button thing action. So the button action is going to be there. That's the reason why I say action. If that's the action that you're talking about, but yeah. These are pretty good. I think the system is good on this. So now we don't have the icon only, or at least we do have the icon only that we are using for loading. I called them loading. All of them have been called loading, and I don't know if that's the best option. Yeah. Yes. Did you just commend slash chat triggers? Event response. It's not a quote. Where do you put that? I guess it's a command, but I mean, you have it's in front of me. God damn it! I just needed to refresh the page. Yeah. Were you expecting to get the emotes? Is that the thing? Because if that's the case, I don't think that I don't think that works. Because it would need to have it would need to have some sort of an access, like subscription access, which it doesn't have, I think. Anyways, same thing here. So this is my label, which is good. These are my leading, and these have values of leading icons. Again, Mandrave, going back to what I was saying about Swift UI, my brain is Swift rotten, and leading and trailing are values, definitions, and or like descriptors that is really used in Swift that is not necessarily used in other like CSS and HTML, but I'm still like, it doesn't make sense to not use it for some reason. Like leading and trailing makes sense. I could have said left and right, which I kind of did, but yeah, it's an interesting system. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like I still named the component itself left and right icons, but for the properties, I'm just adding trailing and leading instead, which is not making any sense, to be honest. But here is where we are. That's that's what we do. That's what we do. This is still the label. We're good. And then leading. I should have just made these three components block, the same component block, and then have variation of style. But I did it. So yeah. Trading icon. We are good on this. Anything else that I need to change? Do we have trading icons on this? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We have the need for this to be duplicated. God damn it. And that's not what I said. And that is... Oh my god. Sorry. That's wrong. That's just wrong. It's just wrong. Oh, that's so bad. I'll need to do that. I see. I see. This is bad. This is bad. It's gonna be fine. These are trading. So what I'm seeing right now, which is a wrong thing, is that I had to make an uneven padding on both sides so that the text around it was good enough. And right now this is wrong. So all of them needs to get an even padding at 8.8 instead of 8.12. So that the icons are good, but in order to get this to work, we are going to need to have our margin container added to the badge content. So this is taking a Shift A to every single one of these, and it is just going to be named margin for, you know, like the simplicity, or maybe I'm gonna padding horizontal just for the sake of making things make sense. And these are going to be 6 on the horizontal and nothing else. It's going to hug the content and ensuring that the text itself is always going to hug the content so that if we change the value, it's going to be fine. With this, if I take my container, my badge in the first place, and I remove the spacing in between shit, now everything is fine. And most importantly, if I get one of these there, what did I say? One of these there. And then I remove the trailing icons, I now have the proper amount of space because I have that margin around my containers, which is giving me the output of 12/14 on this side. That helps with the visibility and the readability of shit. So that's the idea. But yeah. A bit of a trick, but it works. We have the visibility of shit, which is good. We have the text. The trailing is most of the time going to be the cross, which is good. The only thing that I want to check in my icon right thing is, do we have, we don't, god damn. I would have loved to have content behavior in there, because right now with it being resized to 14, it basically means that anything that gets added to it, if I just go back to what I was saying earlier, right there, if I change this to one of the components that we have in Cloud Design, for example, this is a 32 by 32 blocks that is now added in the center and not resized to where it needs to be. So that's the, I don't know just yet how I can make that work, but I'm gonna figure it out. It is interesting. Yeah, there is nothing in there that just like makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. That's true. I don't know enough about slots in Figma to figure out exactly what will happen, so we'll have to figure it out when it happens, which is not today. Good, so we need the single icon component, I think, as well, and I'm gonna need to see if I can do that. So this one is 52 on something that needs to be not 62, 42. So let's master pick and then just see if that's an option. God damn it. Bitch. All right, cool. So it has a fixed width. We're going to do hug content. And then we're going to have the leading and trailing icons going away. That we have our things. And then the corner radius have been changed, if I'm not mistaken. These ones are a bit different here. Padding is 14. Padding was 16 on that thing. So that's the same issue that we had earlier. Which I guess we will have to get the exact same behavior as I mentioned on the previous thing. So it just needs to get a margin of 8. No good. A margin of 8 is no good. Well, fine. Ah. Does it select the other one? No. Let's frame all, because that's useful. It just said done. It's not done. God damn it. I hate this bitch. Horizontal padding. Even of 8. Even of 0. Overall container there being hugging content as much as we can. Cool. Hugging content. And so that now gives us 16 on that thing because we have added officially, sorry, not 16, 22. That's wild because we have added this here. Cool. Let's take that. Let's take this, replace. Oh, interesting. I don't know why this one is not the right size. That's wild. Nonetheless, something is not right here. That's just me. I wasn't right. And this thing is supposed to be on hover, which is good. So now we have everything. These buttons are a bit wider than expected, which means I could potentially fix that. Maybe. Should I? Yes. Nah, fine. I don't mind. I don't mind, but let's still do a test. If we get in there, select that, and I go into loading, we then have a single icon button on the side, which is pretty good. This is what we wanted to have. Loading is not good, again, at least for the naming convention. This is not good, but it is kind of the stage that I want to have for the loading stage of said button. So, I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But you know, that's cool. That's a cute looking button. Something's off. Yeah, that was the issue. Am I right? This. Yeah. Much better. Much better. Super much twitching. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. Yeah, of course. I've been on Mac OS since I was born. So it's been a while. I've seen Mac OS 1. I've worked on Mac OS in black and white. So I don't like. I have the PC on the side though, and the Linux on the other side. So I have everything. But no, I I don't know. I don't like Windows for some fucking reason. It just doesn't fucking work in my head. And then Linux. I'm not like technical or as technical as I should be to use Linux well enough. And even though the version that I have is Mint, which is like not technical whatsoever, it's still not the greatest. So, eh. But you know, it is connected with Tailscale on my Mac. At times, not today, to be able to just control it from far away, and it's fine. But you know, macOS is much better for me. I'm just used to it. That's the only reason. No other reasons. That's it. That is it. Oh, I see things that shouldn't be there. Oh my god. Ah, I see that now. I see that now. No. Aha. I am 32 officially. I know I look like 40 something. I know. It's the stress. But yeah, no, I've been working for a long time. That's also true. That is also true. This is much better than earlier. Not a lot of changes, but this is much better than earlier. I don't know if I just want to change the name because it works. Like loading makes sense, and maybe I need another button that is icon only, and that is true because that thing only connects to having the icons but nothing else, and that could work. Even though it looks like the same, that's fine. That's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. And the reason for that is that if I switch this, I don't have the text layer. I don't have anything in there. I would just have the ability to switch the icons as a property variation from here, and that makes a lot more sense for a swap option. But right now we don't have a property for this, which is supposed to be here. Yeah, yes. Yeah, that makes more sense. And the loading is just gonna get the loading icon, so that's the reason. That's the reason, which is fun. Let's, by the way, do that right away. Could be this. So if I get huh, hmm, probably uh get the fuck out, Agent. Sorry. Let me give it this. Get that. Probably centered somewhere around. Hmm. Uh, Let me check. I don't know the names. You said 7.5. Yes, but this is not the system that I had. Um, I mean, the first one that I had was on the Lisa, I think. Like the very much option 1 or 2. Um, like I spend days on this. Yes. Um, and then we upgraded um, to 4. I do remember upgrading to macOS 8.0 was like a crazy thing because we had colors for the first time. And then macOS 9 was fine, but then macOS 10 broke everything in the sense that we had so much more graphical interfaces that were interesting, and the introduction of the proper docks, the windows that had like the aqua and so on was pretty cool. 10.1 was nice because it changed a bit of the design, and then after that, um, everything is kind of the same as now. So yeah, but yeah, a while ago, but not so long ago, if that makes sense. Let me check this for the sake of right now. Um, ah, wrong thing. Wrong thing. Hmm, this is not good. Yeah, that's no good. That is no good because of this thing. So let me see if I can just, just simplify shit and place things where they need to be. I see. That's interesting. That's an interesting placement from this point of view. 3333. Hmm. I mean, oi. Well, that's fine. Officially, Twitch cares. So, you know, don't tell me. If you tell me this is gonna be bad. Oh, this is so bad. Can I do that though? It is. It is an option. That's neat. The placement of these things makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. This is not supposed to be placed where it's placing itself right there. Like, this is so wild. Absolutely makes no sense. No sense. This thing is just like resizing and repositioning itself, even though it's not supposed to. That like, that's not what I asked for. Figma. This is not. This is shit. Oh my god. Again. I might kill some people. You know, even then. Like, that's the positioning that we want, but this is not the size that we want. That's crazy. Anyways. uh, this isn't good. This isn't good. Am I just creating the Walmart logo? It is. It is. I could 2.5 on this. Just for presentation's sake. Yeah. Yeah, why not? It's fine. Mm-hmm. I see. I see. Cool. That's pretty good. Pretty good system. I like it. I like it. We have buttons, we have controls. We don't have icons, which is the last thing that we need. Toggles are good, inputs are good. Checkbox are okay. We need the icons in order to get the drop downs. So that's a good thing. Badges are going to be fine. tabs are not there, but it's going to use the secondary buttons so that we are okay. These things are going to be components, but we're going to do that later. I feel like this is broken at that instant. Instead, maybe you broke something. I don't know. Maybe you broke something. Um, um, but yeah. Yeah, the first Mac that I had at home was the Macintosh 2, I think, which was the codename Lisa, I think. Um, that's the one that my dad used to have in the office, so I mistaken. Um, that obviously I didn't have access to, but I had access to the Macintosh 2. Um, and yeah, but we had one of these. We had one of these, and then I spent most of my youngling times on this one, uh, loading diskettes, floppy disk and things. We didn't have a split into keyboard though. That's not that is not what we used to have. But we had that monstrosity of a mouse with a single button and no scroll wheel. Um, memories. But yeah, and then after that we moved to uh the single, like the computer only without the display. I think, was it the I don't think it was the 4. Um, I moved to this one, the Macintosh 2. That was the 2. And then we upgraded. I think my dad upgraded when he wanted to see the colors and shit. So we had another version of this, which was a lot like further down the line. I'm guessing it's probably like one of these because it's like, as you mentioned, 95 being the Mac OS 7 or System 7. And then my dad asked just, what are you interested in? And my sister said music, I said video, and so we had um, the PowerPC G3 or G4 as machines. My sister had this one. I had the Pro version for like, I think, a year or something, and then we moved to the G4, which was like better for other things. And and yeah, these were good. These were really nice. I wanted to get the Mac Pro first of its name, the G5, but it was too expensive, like at the time, um, and therefore never had that. But I went from the G4 to first um, the first MacBook Air. I'm gonna say one because my uncle basically broke it and asked my dad if he could fix it, and And my dad said yes, because it's just like the hinge that was kind of fragile at the time. So we just opened it, changed the hinge, and then put it back together. And then by the time that we said to my uncle, it's fixed, you can come pick it up if you want, he was like, well, I bought a new one, so you can keep it if you want. And my dad looked at me and said, "Do you want it?" I said, "Yeah." Of course I want it. So now I moved to that, which was really cool when I was in school. But yeah. Um, I guess, yeah. I mean, it is such a monolith for the MacBook, the Macintosh um, mouse. But yeah, it is close in Cybertruck shape. I agree. But god damn, what a pain in the ass. Um, but the Mac Magic Mouse 1, um, the wired version, the first option, um, bitch, that bitch right there is the, as we say now, is exactly liquid glass. Like when you look at the sliders on the iPhone, it looks exactly the same, and the refraction and the things are exactly the same as liquid glass that we had here already. And so all of the Macs that were transparent at the time, like the Mac Cube, which we kind of wanted in my house because, god damn, look at this. Um, it's kind of glassy on its own. Like the all of these things were like basically, have a good look, basically liquid glass, not liquid, but like glassy-ish. And goddamn these bezels. But yeah, no, these things compared to the Mac Studio is pretty much the same shit, and they did a good job on these designs overall. And nowadays it is thought after by like some of the collectors to find some of these in working conditions. Yeah. I never had these. My grandpa had one of these. Um, I used to play games on it. God damn. But yeah, and then after the MacBook Air, I moved to the MacBook Pros, and that's it. I've been on MacBook Pros since well, since they came out, basically. Had the first one, the white one, and like these ones for the longest time. And then I did my best to get the 17 inches, um, which was the biggest laptop that they created. Also, Marcy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? All day, all the questions. um, Very interesting for photo editing and so on, and still like one of the most massive things and one of the heaviest options, but it was really good. Um, and yeah, after that, it's just like unibody for anything. So moved to Intel, and yeah, Desiderio Liquido. Huh. Hmm. Huh. That's interesting. You have never touched an Apple product in your life? Well, you got schooled today. um, but yeah, these were good. Look at all of the thing that we used to have though. Now we have 3 USB-C, and one of them is for charging, kinda. We still have MagSafe. We've lost the Ethernet ports. We've lost the FireWire. We have a fucking, what's the word for this thing? It's not MagSafe, but like it's the other one. Thunderbolt, but now it's the USB-C versions, and 3 USB-A, and then this thing that I've never heard what it is, and then the headphone jacks. And we had these magnificent thing which was giving you the amount of battery that you used to have. So you clicked on this and then it just lit up on the side. But yeah, USB-C is all of those ones, yes, but you only have 3. Like as I've mentioned before, I need to plug in my mic, my Stream Deck, my camera, power, and then I have my phone that is also plugged to it. And all of that needs to go through like a dock because I don't have enough ports to do all that. So yeah, and if I don't use the dock, I I just don't have wired internet, which is, I mean, I'm still on fucking Wi-Fi nonetheless, but at least I am plugged in wired through things. So yeah, but yeah, otherwise, Mac OS all the way. Mac OS all the way for me. So that's why Mac OS in this economy. It's just easier. Oh, whoa, Stoney, you broke something. um, but yeah, I did. I did at the time. I installed Ubuntu, depending on how you want to pronounce it, on my MacBook Pros as a Plex media server. That was just on all the time. And yeah, it was good. It was working, you know. But this is a long time ago. This is not the case anymore. Things have changed. Um, Ubuntu, yeah. I I gave them back to Apple, all of the MacBook Pros that I had, for recycling because the batteries were like expanding and shit, and I didn't want to take care of that. So I went in store and I said, I'm here for some recycling. And the girl was like, cool, what do you have? And I said, I have my books with an S. And I just put out 3 from my backpack, put them on the table, and then 3 more and put them on the table. And I said, well, they're all there. And she looked at me like, this is older than me. Oh my God. So, yeah, it's just they could have served if I had like the decency to change the battery. I could have like basically have them for so long, like so much longer than what they have done. But yeah, um, they take everything for recycling here. They don't have a choice in France at least. So that's good. That is good. I could come back. Do I have it here or there? What the fuck is this thing? I have my I don't see it obviously when I'm talking about it. Um oh, I don't see it. I don't know what it is. Well, obviously I have my iPod's Nano first of its name. First of its name, second of its name, have two of these. Still working. When you plug them in and you wait for long enough, the battery is still getting power and enough to do its thing. And yeah, I have a white and a black. And I still have, if I'm not mistaken, I still have an iPod Touch that is still working. But same thing, the battery is just draining so fast that I can't use it. So yeah, we just looked at the cube a second ago. I I don't know if this is true, but I feel like if they bring back like the iPod, either the iPod Classic or the iPod Touch, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever in the current market, I feel like this would probably help a ton of things. But yeah. Well, please do. However, just be aware it is expensive as fuck. Yeah, it's I'm sure you can go into like an Apple store or whatever hardware? No. Electronic store, whatever, and then find like an Apple sections. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have what's the name? It's not Jump the Rope, it's the other one. It's a jump game. It's Mega Jump. I still have Mega Jump on the iPod Touch, and it still works. Like, everything is working, everything is fine. It's just like it needs to be plugged in, and it is the old 32 pins connector. So it's just like impractical. So, yeah. It's so bad. And there was like other apps in there that obviously I had to delete. And it just doesn't work, but it's there. I have it somewhere. It's probably just behind me, by the way. But yeah. It's a crazy thing. I wish I had like the iPod Touch. As I mentioned last week, I think we talked about that last week. I would love the form factor of the iPod Touch, maybe refreshed with like today's sizes, but that finish in the back and that slimness overall with something that is bigger, no bezels whatsoever, as a phone would be an amazing phone today. Like the design wise, this would be amazing. If they decided as Apple to say the iPhone 20th anniversary is going back to the roots and we go back to this, I would love this. These ones, less good, still fine, but less good. But that one is just like so nice. So nice. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Anyways. I had the one, I mean, the one that I have is the 2 or 3, I think. But yeah. Nonetheless, one day we'll come back. One day we'll come back. It looks so good. It looks so good. It was so nice. It was so nice. A different era. A different era. Different time. Oh. Not that it matters, to be honest. Yeah. That works. It is. To be honest, on today's experiments, of um, of the sheets in the timelines and what I had to do here, specifically there, to figure out exactly like how I wanted this to be visually rendered. I did most of it in code directly without having to go through Claude and Cursor. So, and that's a not a dev. That's a not a dev. That's a complicated thing. Not a designer. Um, but yeah, like having fun with that. In code. That's all I'm saying. So, you know. Um Actually, that's a weird sentence. That is a weird sentence. What else do we need to do here, though? That's the question. I could do that as a centralized first extendable option. Huh? On the if? Yeah, that could work. That could work in order to get the system to be a bit better in terms of icon placements. It could work. It just needs like a bit of an additional frame, and I don't want to do that. So I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna be fine. Um, it's gonna be fine. So yeah, yeah, that's good. Did you put on a conditional? In there? Like, do you have a fucking pipeline? Is that what you have made? No. um. Oh. I see. So you have made a variable in random response that is in there, so you can see all of the potential options that are in there. This is really bad. And then it does one at random, which is what random response means. God damn, some of them are very, very long. That, God, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. All right, cool. um, Design library system viable collection as a boilerplate for future projects for the past 3 days now, already at over 1,000 tokens. Oh my god. Well, if you want to go faster, you can get that, which would give you exactly what you need. Otherwise, you can go into one of the other library that exists if you wanted to. But yeah, I mean, 1,000 tokens for design libraries is pretty fine. Over 3 days, specifically if it's not like fully AI generated and mostly hand coded, but just like AI gives you the boilerplates and then you have the work done by hands. You know, it's not 1,000 tokens is something that I would do in about 3 seconds. But yeah, no, that's not true. We just need to work and Anthropic. That's what it is. We need to find a job at OpenAI or Anthropic, and then get paid for 6 months, and be good, and live the rest of your life pretty happy with the amount of money that you've made in 6 months. You were miserable for 6 months, but you got paid $1 million. You know, fine, fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm debating this. Let me let me show you what I'm debating. I believe that potentially if I do this instead of um, of the system, we have a better placement overall for how things are going to look. But by having something like this with no trailing icon, for example, we would need somehow to get the 1824 or 1832, depending on what we wanted to have for the alignment section and the placements. And in order to do that properly, I would probably get the like 1820. That would be 26, which is okay, by the way. I would need to get the additional frame for the margin, like I've done for the rest of the things. But in order to ensure that this is working, I would have to do that and say that if the user resized the frame, then things are aligned properly, aka this thing is supposed to be then filling the container, kinda, and potentially either be left aligned, which is kind of weird. So I don't know if I like this. But yeah. Yeah, I I agree with that. I don't have anything to say about it. I agree with it. Um, I think reframes. Reframe. Is it? Is it reframe? It's not. Reframed? No. uh, what's the name of it? What is the name of it? Obviously. Reshaped. Reshaped is apparently might be dead. No, is a pretty interesting system which I like a lot as a starting point. It's built in React and in Figma at the same time. I believe nowadays they have like a closer loop on everything that they have done, but they used to do that exactly like by hand, and it is really good. Like I'm really impressed with everything that they have done and the quality of the content and the components and things. There are stuff in there in terms of like design choices that are not aligned with me, but as a starting point, because it is kind of open source-ish, I think they have done something that is pretty much open source. And this is a really cool and really good starting point for you if you were interested in that at some point and not want to burn through tokens and shit. So yeah. Well, the thing is, the Apple ecosystem is fine if you don't mind being locked in and not really have any customization. So, for example, on my Android phones, And I'm mostly on Xiaomi things because it's cheaper and I like the OS. I'm also on Oppo because I do like the OS, like ColorOS is good for me. Mostly because both of these OS on Android are closer to the Apple ecosystem in a way, and in the way that they work. But these ones are cool. The one that I have in Japan is an Oppo one. The two that I have here are Xiaomi's, and my iPhone is just my iPhone, so that's just running the latest version of the things. In recent years, Oppo is really close to liquid glass, and sometimes they are doing it a lot better than Apple is doing it. So that's that's the thing. If you're interested in liquid glass, maybe just get an Oppo phone or a Huawei phone if you have access to them, because they are pretty good. And if you like the customization and so on, Android is still so much better than iOS. But if you don't care and you just want something that is going to be stable, supported for a long time, and just works, and you don't care about anything else, then the iPhone is pretty good. Um, but then again, the Android phone that I have on the side of my Mac for my chat while streaming is Xiaomi Mi Mix 2 from 2017. And it's still running great. It's just the battery is dead, uh, but it's plugged in all day. But it is great. And it's one of the best design phone that I have. And it works well. And it doesn't lag too much. And everything that I throw at it is working. So it's running Android 9, which is wild that it's still working, but it's still there. So it really it depends on what you are interested in. If you care about like security updates and shit, then latest versions of phones are gonna be useful. If you don't, then you're fine. You don't need it. But yeah, the other thing that is very much important for anyone that is contemplating potentially getting like an iPhone or an Mac OS product in general, do you have the budget to be in that ecosystem? Because right now it is not a budget-friendly thing in any way, shape, or form. Your iPhone is going to be 1,500, like 1,500-ish if you want the highest level. If you just want the entry level, you're going to have something at 800 bucks, which is like still more expensive than this bitch. This is like 300 bucks and it's still good. Right? Lagging a bit, but like it's still good. Um, the Mac, if you go with the cheapest of Macs, it's gonna be 700 bucks as well, which is fine. But if you want something for work, it's gonna be 1,000 to 2,000 minimum, which is not nothing. And if for some reason you decided that you wanted an iPad for something else, it's gonna be 1,000 bucks on top of that. So it's just like, financially speaking, not responsible. So you need to have the money in order to do that, and I would highly recommend you to have the money. Otherwise, it's just like it's not worth it. It is not. It's not a good idea. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Not a good idea whatsoever. Anywho, I see that Syntax is live, and only one of them is there today. Not one of them, just one camera at a time. That is interesting. We can go there. It's been a bit. There's been a bit, and I see no one else. Train is live, but that's a different type of content. I don't think you want that today. I don't think we want that today. So let's go with Syntax. I'm gonna send you to Syntax. It's gonna be fine. It is gonna be fine. Syntax. For the time being. I don't know how long they want to stream, but we'll see. I'm sending you there nonetheless. As always, thanks all for being here. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate the discussion. If for some reason you know you have a question and I'm not live, you can join the Discord. The Discord is there for that. If you have a big ass collection of perfume like myself, you can use that. And if you have a big ass list of link that you share to other people, you can use that. These are the things that I've created. If you're learning Japanese, as always, go there. But nonetheless, I should be back on Wednesday if all goes well, with hopefully an update to Perfume with some new things, with the calendar and some performance improvement and shit. We hopes. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, that's about it. I should be back on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time, as always, and I hope to see you there. So take care of yourself, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, enjoy the raid, and I see you all on Monday. Bye.